incident.
Right.
And Michael Jr. has been.
But that involves, just so that I'm just repeating back my knowledge so that I just want to make sure you're confirming it. As known to the Commonwealth, that involved her getting the knife and going to the door.
Correct.
And being stopped at the door by Michael Jr.
Yes.
And the Commonwealth believes that happened on 6/6/2019.
Yes.
The second knife incident is the one that was testified to both on direct and cross-examination yesterday. That has to do with the defendant using a knife on herself.
Correct.
Okay. When does the Commonwealth say that happened?
So that was a question, if we kind of look back to when we started arguing these prior bad acts motion, Your Honor even identified it and flagged it in our initial motion as when did that happen? And the Commonwealth represented at that time that the best we could ascertain from the statements that had been provided at that time, it was sometime between the period that we're talking of 2018 and 2020. We had intentions of meeting with Angel to ask him more questions. We went back through some of the discovery that we had to see if we could find some information.
Fine-tune the date?
Correct. And we also had learned in the meantime of the witness, Katrina Freeman, who had given us information that we turned over to counsel, that she recalled an incident where Christine threatened herself with a knife, the defendant threatened herself with a knife, where Angel was present, and she was able to give us the date of Mother's Day of 2020. So, again, I do think we have, based on the discovery, reason to think they're two separate incidences, and that the second incident that Angel was describing yesterday occurred later in time, closer to May of 2020, the incident that Katrina recalls as well.
Hold on, pause there for a moment. Are you saying that there are, I recognize there's the Michael Jr. episode. Are you saying that there are two separate instances where the defendant used a knife apart from that? Or it's just two? Is it just Michael and this incident, or is it Michael Jr., this incident, and a third incident?
I think our belief is that there were just two incidents.
Okay. So, and your belief now, based on your additional prep with Katrina Freeman and that email that you showed, or text that you showed me yesterday, is that the date of this incident that Angel testified to yesterday in the Commonwealth's view is this May 10th, 2020 day?
Yes.
Okay.
Which again, is not a new. It's not a new incident we're trying to bring to the
It's not a new incident. It's just that you've now fine-tuned a time to it that is about 7 months or 8 months before the murder.
Yes.
Alleged murder.
And so again, Angel is now testified on direct examination. The date of his recollection of the incident was amorphous. He really didn't have a sense of a date. On cross-examination, he was suggested particular dates by counsel.
And he adopted them.
He did adopt them. Now on redirect, my intention, again, with offering the message, and I apologize, I should have maybe asked a few more questions before
the refreshing.
To refresh, and I do think there are a few questions I could ask that would help to identify that there might be more confusion on Angel's part about the incidents and the dates that he's referring to in his testimony, his trial testimony. But my intention is not to offer those text messages.
It either refreshes his memory or it doesn't.
Correct. And so I did present just one page. I do have an entire conversation that I can show him to refresh him that he was texting with Katrina on that particular day about various things, and that this is part of the conversation that he can review. My intention was just to try to refresh his memory as to the date, to be able to distinguish that this was a completely separate incident.
All right. Attorney Wood.
Yes. So I first think there are some technical problems with what they're trying to do, and then I think there's more substantive problems that it creates. Now, it's not that I suggested a date to him and he just adopted it. He adopted an entire story, including the fact that he knew. Now, one thing is clear, and we should be clear about what he doesn't know. What he doesn't know is the exact date. That's what was suggested to him. However, he does know that the event that his mother did, the poking or Japanese incident, we'll call it, was the same day that Michael broke his hand. That's been true in my investigation throughout when I talked to him. They just didn't ask the question. So they know that it's the day that Michael broke his hand, and he's aware. And when he's called from work because Michael and the parents have had a fight, and he broke his hand that day, and he's gone to the hospital, okay? He comes home, the parents are up in the bedroom with broken glass all around, which is also consistent with Michael Jr.'s statement about the way June 6, 2019 happened, that she broke some glass up in the room, came downstairs, did the incident towards the door, as Your Honor suggested, and then was sort of held down, the knife was taken, and then she went back upstairs, and Michael Jr. followed her because she made some statements that caused concern. That's Michael's story. As Michael's leaving, he punches the wall, breaks his hand, takes Sophia with him to her friend's house first, and then goes to his friend's house, and then goes to the emergency room where he makes a report. We know that happens on June 6, 2019, and on that fact, Angel was clear. It happened on that same day. He doesn't know the date, that is true, but he knows something better. He knows the date in which a known event occurred, and he knows it was on that same day. This is how the testimony came out on direct, as I remember it. He says he basically says, I don't remember the date. It's left at that. There's no attempt at that point to refine or to refresh his recollection. And in my opinion, technically, that's when the moment is ripe for refreshment.
Well, how does it extinguish on the redirect, considering it was part and parcel of your cross-examination?
So it's one of two things.
And you know what I mean by this?
Yeah, no, I understand.
And so the record's clear, is the limit of redirect is to the cross, which was expansive here.
Of course. So it's one of two things. It's either the case that they want to make this happen on May 20th of May 10th of 2020.
Right.
And there is this event described. I think the more clear reading is that this is a different event. So you have the event, which is clearly tied to Michael breaking his hand, and then you have a May 10th event, which is
that's something, counsel, though, that it's permissible for you to bring out on recross. Why is it as an evidentiary matter, why is it improper for me to allow the Commonwealth to go back at this, and either it refreshes him or it doesn't, and if in fact whatever happens, either he says, no, that's a different event, or that doesn't refresh my memory, or now that you showed that to me, I guess it was in May 10th of 2020. And if he says the latter, you can, on recross, address the issue with him.
Well, the problem to answer your question is that it is a subsequently, it's basically a new prior bad act disclosed in the middle of trial. So if this event is another event, we run into all the problems that I mentioned before about prior bad acts overwhelming the evidence of the charged conduct. And we run into the fact that this was never disclosed, it was never part of Your Honor's order. And the idea is, if now we're putting in, for example, now we're not just talking about one knife incident, we're talking about potentially 3 knife incidents being put in front of this jury in a case involving a knife. It's starting to get to the point, as described under Braskelis, of the situation in which prior bad acts and very potentially prejudicial information is beginning to overwhelm, or could begin to overwhelm, the evidence of the charged conduct. So we have a prior bad act problem if that's the case. Now, I don't believe, so for example, if the idea is he didn't express any doubt that it was on the day that Michael Jr. broke his hand. So now he's going to be presented with a statement that he apparently made to Katrina about another event, and he doesn't know what day Michael broke his hand. And he's just going to be like, I guess it was May 10th, 2020. And it's just going to be confusing to the jury in determining like what's happening, because later they're going to hear that Michael Jr. definitely broke his hand on 6/6/19.
He could be mistaken, counsel. Simply mistaken.
About all of those details, but not the date?
About the date that he recalls that the knife incident that he's now testified to, and that may refresh his memory or it may not. But the Commonwealth is not proffering, based on its knowledge of the case, that this is a third separate event. And if it turns out that that's how the evidence comes out, I'll deal with the prior bad acts, the cumulative effect of that if I feel that I need to do a corrective action. But it seems to me the Commonwealth's entitled to refresh it. It's important or significant to their case. The dates matter. And if this happened in May of 2020 instead of June of 2019, it may have significance to their argument. I think they're entitled to present the evidence, and you are certainly entitled to redirect and say it's something else if that's the strategy you want. But it may result in the fact that that prior bad act that you think is a third, that the Commonwealth thinks is not, it's the same thing, gets brought out through your redirect examination. Again, it's a strategy. You have the resources, a resource to you as to whether that is or is not a third prior bad act. I'm not hearing that from you.
I'm not suggesting that I can't cross-examine or that I don't have the ability to deal with the question factually. My whole argument is that I don't think it should be admitted in the first place. And the reason I don't think it should be admitted in the first place is because there won't be a way to distinguish, for example, these two things. Even if they try to make it one act, it's going to be difficult for them because they're going to hear about 619 later. It's going to seem like two acts. And we're talking about a situation then that would overwhelm on the question of bad acts. I understand Your Honor's ruling.
And I understand,
but I want to make sure that I make the record clear that this is not me essentially claiming something for legal posturing that I don't have resources to deal with. I understand that.
All right.
And I just want the court to be clear, and again, Your Honor has been very clear in that we have to identify that we have a good faith basis to make the arguments. And there is information in the discovery of this case to suggest that the Michael Jr. incident with the knife that he describes and this incident of self-harm that Angel describes are two separate instances that go all the way back to Angel's grand jury testimony, and it can be corroborated by records that were brought in as well. So we have records supporting Michael's account of that June date, and we have testimony from Angel that said that on that particular incident that he described of self-harm, that no police were called, no mother didn't go to the hospital that day. But we know from the investigation into June, the June incident, that when Michael went to the hospital to report, DCF was called and involved. He reported concerns of self-harm for his mother at that time. The police were sent to their house, and she was sectioned on that day. So I do think there is information in the record that we could refresh Angel's memory with to identify that he is mistaken, that he's kind of melding two incidents into one in his testimony, and that there were two incidents, and we have a good faith basis to offer that that second incident was later in time. So when counsel says that we know it's the same day, we don't believe it's the same day. We don't believe the evidence that we have before us suggests that.
All right. I think it's fair game to allow the Commonwealth to either try to refresh him or not, and we'll take it step by step as we hear the evidence. My job, as you know, is to make sure the facts that the jury needs to decide this case are before it. I think this is a somewhat significant fact that needs to be rectified, and the facts, there may just be disagreement. I am presuming that Katrina has reviewed this text exchange in preparation. I'm not asking the Commonwealth, but I assume that's how the Commonwealth, it came to their attention. And so I expect this is going to be, this date is going to be brought out through her examination. I don't know, but I expect it may be.
I hate to do this because I know Your Honor wants to move on.
No.
But the reality is the text message that they're using actually suggests that Katrina was not there on the day of May 10th.
But she made the exchange with Angel on that date.
Angel telling Katrina she's clearly not been a witness to it. So now we have another problem with Katrina.
I'm not suggesting that she would be able to testify to anything with regard to what's happening in that house that day. She's living there at that time, but she's not there that day. But in terms of being able to establish what day it is, I think that that's fair game as to when she got the text message that would then place that date or place the Commonwealth in the ability to argue that that date was May 2020, regardless of what this witness on the stand now says.
Understood, but I just want to be clear. They definitely want to say that Katrina was there because that's what they put in their timeline. It's what they put in their bad acts.
Well, Katrina, that's going to be based on that witness testimony. I don't know what she's going to say. We'll deal with that issue. If it is that he says she wasn't there and she testifies that she was in fact there, we'll deal with that down the line.
I think I'm just flagging it as maybe a potential thing for a voir dire before she testifies. With regard to that, we have a text message that suggests she wasn't there. We have Angel's testimony that she wasn't there, and she has an entire theatrical story that she tells about a confrontation with Christine when she's on the ground with the knife saying, how could you do this in front of your children? And it is very, very detailed, and it is clearly very, very false. So I think we do have a real issue with Katrina, and it may have to get worked out of the voir dire. I know we don't have to deal with it now, but I am flagging it for the court. It's an issue.
All right. Everybody okay?
Yes.
Oh, and one more thing. Can we agree that the Commonwealth's not to read the text out loud before he
Of course they wouldn't. It's not in evidence.
Well,
They
we had
can't-
a moment before in which the Commonwealth just announced. Does it refresh your recollection if I reminded you that you told me in a conversation 3 days ago that you said X, Y, and Z? So I just want to make sure that we're doing.
That's different.
Okay.
For the reasons that we discussed at the side of the bench at that time that I won't regurgitate. All right. I'm just going to step off the bench and see if everybody's okay out in the back and ready to go. And if they are, I'll line them up.
Okay.
All right?
Court, all right.
Court is now in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth, who's coming after? I know you have shared it. Maybe I haven't looked at my email this morning, so if it came across the bow, I don't know. The witness order?
Our anticipation is Officer Hunt and then Officer Martin, the two Marshfield police officers.
Okay. Madam Clerk just handed me a note. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Court, all rise. You're re-entering.
Thank you.
Hey. All persons anything for this honorable justice. Diane Ferdinand, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in the Commonwealth. Draw near. Give your attendance. You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Good morning. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Before the court is the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present and is represented by attorneys Joshua Wood and Maura Barry. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Jeremy Kuzman, Shannon Buckingham, and Jason Haran.
Good morning and happy Friday, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, we'll start today, and I will ask you the three questions, of the three principal questions with regard to your demeanor and behavior while this case is ongoing. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you didn't do any research about this case? Yes. And do you all still have open minds? Yes. With those three questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to begin today's work. You can have the witness back on the stand.
Mr. Ricci, Ricci, I'd just like to remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Angel.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, we were revisiting the incident that you described where your mother held a knife to her chest area. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Now, is it possible that you might not have a strong sense of when exactly that particular incident happened?
Yes.
And is it also possible that the incident you described with your brother, or what you knew of the incident that just happened with your brother, might have been a different time?
It was very close to each other if it was different times.
Okay. And as far as your recollection of what you directly observed regarding your mother and a knife, was that the only time where you saw her put the knife to herself, that you saw her with a knife in her hands in that manner?
Object.
Basis?
I think at this point, can I be sorted sidebar?
Sure.
I'm just going to ask you that question again, okay?
Okay.
Is the time that you described to us yesterday where you saw your mom hold the knife to herself the only time that you saw her hold a knife in that manner to herself, yes or no?
That was on, yes.
And on that particular night that you described, you indicated in your prior testimony that you and your dad got the knife away from your mom.
Yes.
After the knife was away from her, did the police show up at your house that night?
I don't think so.
Do you remember discussing this particular incident, your recollection of this incident on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory if you're able to see your testimony from that
Yeah.
incident? Page 16.
What is he not remembering? You can go to the hospital.
Your Honor, may I be heard at sidebar briefly?
Yes?
Angel, on the night that we're talking about, did you call the police?
I very rarely call police, so, I mean, I don't think.
Do you recall the police coming to your house at some point that night after things had settled down from that incident?
I don't remember the police that night at all. Like,
Do you recall speaking about this particular incident on a prior occasion?
about the police or the situation just in general. That's confusing to me. So,
Okay, I can ask it again in a different way.
yeah.
Do you remember speaking about this incident closer in time to when it happened, or to when your dad passed away? And describing kind of what happened that night and what you observed. Do you remember talking about it before?
To somebody or like,
In a prior proceeding?
I may have, but early on, things were so mashed up and I didn't, like, now we have like reference points of dates and stuff like that. So beforehand it was just all mashed up together. So I may have, but I don't recall calling police other than having my sister may have calling her on my phone or something, but.
Okay, but do you have a belief that the police did or didn't show up, or you're not sure?
That I believe they weren't there at all.
Okay. Now, as far as not being sure about when this incident that you directly observed occurred,
Yeah.
have you reviewed anything to try to figure out when that date might have been?
I try not to think about things like that.
Okay. Do you remember talking about it with Katrina closer in time to when you observed that particular incident?
Yeah, I may have, yeah.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you something. I'm going to ask you to look through the first few pages to yourself silently.
Okay.
Are what's contained in those pages that you're reviewing, is it familiar to you? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention to page 14.
Okay.
You could look at that page and read it to yourself silently.
Okay. Let me,
The pages or numbers are at the bottom.
yeah. Okay.
And after having reviewed what's contained in your reviewing, do you have a memory of speaking about this incident with a knife with Katrina?
Yeah. Yeah, this would be,
And is that, reviewing that information, is there any sort of date or time to that conversation?
5:10.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
May I be heard at sidebar just
Certainly.
very briefly?
Yeah.
Angel, now having reviewed that information, does that refresh your memory about when the event took place that you were talking about with Katrina?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. I mean, I still have like the memory of like bits and pieces of it, but like.
But as far as the specific date that you were discussing it with her, that it may be closer in time to when it happened, does that refresh your memory as to when that happened?
Yeah.
And when was that?
5:10, I believe it said 2018 on that. I didn't look at the last date. I was reading out the date right there, and I didn't get to read
So
that.
I would object, and I would move to strike under
All
the
right,
circumstances.
I'm not going to strike it. I will allow the Commonwealth to refresh with the document again, and then take it away before you ask the question.
Thank you.
$2020, yeah.
Again, same.
Okay, I strike the last answer. Ask the question again, please.
Angel, does that refresh your memory as to the year?
Yes,
What was the year?
2020.
2020. Thank you.
No, my objection, Judge.
I do.
Now, yesterday you were also asked on cross-examination about your dad's drinking. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you indicated that he typically drank like an 18-pack of beer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, from 2018, when he started to go to AA on, did you see him drink beer after that?
If he did, it was secretive.
Okay. Did you have any reason to believe that he had relapsed in his sobriety after 2018?
It was very early on, if it did, so.
And closer to the time of his death in 2021, January of 2021, had you ever seen your dad drink then?
No.
Did you have any concerns that he had relapsed based on his behavior?
No. No.
Okay. You were also asked yesterday about your dad's friends and how he had kind of, I think you described that he had his sober friends and his other friends from before he became sober. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah.
As far as the friends that he made after he became sober, did you see those friends come around the house often and hang out?
The sober ones, once in a while, yeah.
And your dad would go to the sober softball and all those events. Closer in time to his death in January of 2021, did you see those same people coming around your house, those sober friends?
Yeah.
Was he still actively engaged in all the social functions with the groups?
Yeah. That's what I remember, yeah.
Okay. And at that time, I think you testified yesterday that you were working kind of different types of schedules, though, for your job.
Yes.
You were also asked yesterday about seeing injuries to your dad's hands.
Yeah.
And I believe your testimony was that you described that the type of work he did, with pipes and stuff, he often would have kind of cuts on his hands.
Yeah.
When was the last time that he worked with the fire sprinkler company, if you can recall?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
His statement that we're talking about is whether he worked with pipes, not whether he worked for the sprinkler company.
I'll allow the question.
Around the same time he was trying to reach sobriety, because he had to get rid of like the drinking buddies to reach his full sobriety that he needed.
Okay, so back in like 2018, 2019, he stopped working for Mark
I
McDonald?
believe so, yeah.
And in his role as a firefighter, right before he passed away, do you know what he was doing for the Boston Fire then?
He got promoted to, I think, assistant chief or driving around the assistant chief, or one of the two, or for the chief at least.
So he wasn't on a truck going into the fires every day when he was on shift. He was driving around.
Towards the end, he was driving the chief around, I believe, yeah.
You were also asked yesterday about your mother and kind of her life with Zumba and the things she would do and how often she would do it. You recall that line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you talked a little bit about that she sometimes went on cruises and did activities with the Zumba groups, correct?
Yeah.
And you made a comment yesterday to one of Attorney Wood's questions that she did those things, but it kind of progressively got worse. Do you remember saying that? What did you mean by that?
I mean, like, kind of like as the fights were going, it's like kind of as unhappy, like in the state of the house was going too. So it just progressively rolled up, like kept on going, like a just tumbling effect. And can you repeat the question just so I can finish that?
No, as far as your comment of what progressively got worse, I'm just asking, is it more related to the state of kind of what was happening in the household, or did it have anything related to her either participating or not participating in those types of events anymore?
Mixture of all of it. I mean, just some things she wouldn't like go to, and then like as I feel like it was like.
Objection, Your Honor.
I think he's answered the question. You can move on.
And as far as the trips that they used to do, is it fair to say that COVID kind of put a stop to a lot of those travel plans?
Yeah, I mean, they tried their best when they could.
So could those cruises that she went on for weeks at a time been in before
COVID?
Before
Yeah.
COVID, before stuff started to break down in the house, before 2018?
Pretty much, yeah.
And you also were asked yesterday about your mom and her support of your dad in going to therapy and going to AA. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Therapy, yeah.
And I believe that you, in response to one of Attorney Wood's questions, you indicated that if your dad missed AA or therapy, that would lead to an argument, correct?
Not always, but there would be a talk about it, So
Who would initiate that conversation?
I wasn't there for the start. It would just be mid-conversation is what I would hear, so.
Okay, and when you came in on mid-conversation, was it kind of a calm, mellowed conversation, or was it a louder?
Let her ask the question, then you may object.
What was the tone of the conversation when you observed it, if you came into the middle of the conversation?
I mean, wasn't happy, but sometimes scolding, sometimes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And then it would be just like, you just need to get on top of it. Like, so.
And who would be saying get on top of it?
Pretty much my mom to my father.
And yesterday you were also asked on cross-examination about your mom having arthritis in one of her hands and that she sometimes wore something on her arm.
Yeah, like a support, just hold it in place.
Did you see her wearing it all the time?
For a lot.
Okay. Did you see that inhibiting her ability to do regular things around the house, or would she do her normal things?
It could stop her from doing certain things, yeah.
Okay. And which arm did she wear it on?
The left one.
Do you know kind of what hand she would often kind of use? What was her dominant hand?
I think she was a right hand when she would write.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Recross.
Thank you. Morning again, Angel.
Good morning.
Yesterday you were clear. You don't know what day it was that your mother did the Japanese thing. Let's call it that.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
right?
most of these dates,
Yeah.
most of these situations, I don't have a date for, but I recall them, yeah.
But you recall the event, right?
Yeah.
And it's really, really clear in your memory that you got a call while you were at work, right, to come home because there had just been a big
I
fight.
believe, yes.
And the big fight was between Michael Jr., correct?
Yep,
And your parents.
yeah,
And Michael Jr. had left the house and he had broken his hand.
yes.
And when you got home, Michael Jr. was at the hospital.
I believe so, yes.
And so, although you don't know what date it was, and you just saw a bunch of text messages with Katrina, you know that the events that you talked about with regard to the Japanese event, the Japanese poke event, was on the same day that Michael Jr. broke his hand.
Yes,
That much is clear to you.
I believe so. That, because everything seems, it was like a week span, I would say.
Yeah.
So,
But even so, you know that on the day in question, you came home from work
and
because
that-
you received a text about the fight.
yes, yes,
So there's no question that it was on the same day that the fight happened that you came home and saw that.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you mentioned during redirect that he had stopped working for, I think you said Mac at MCC.
Yes.
In October of 2018, thereabouts?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. And that wasn't the end of his work doing sprinkler work, right? He did some independent stuff, didn't he? On his own?
He may have.
Didn't he at some point, like when you remember, don't you, that like during a large part of, that period of 2018, your dad actually drove an MCC truck. Remember that?
Yes,
And at a certain point, he stopped working for Mac, right?
yes, and he was,
And he returned that truck, didn't he? It was like a couple months later that he returned the
yeah,
truck.
yeah.
And do you remember one of the big controversies about having to return the truck was that he was using the truck for doing independent work?
Yes, yes. That
And
makes
so
sense
he
now,
ended
yeah.
up going and buying his own truck or getting his own truck so that he could do that independent sprinkler work, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. They mentioned a moment ago the thing about the cruises, okay? Can we all agree that the COVID situation, that didn't start in 2018, right?
The COVID? No. No.
That started in March of 2020, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. And so the affair is in October of 2018, right?
Yes.
Right. And so there were cruises before COVID, right, that your mother was both doing with Zumba as well as headlining with Zumba in the period from 2018 to 2020.
Yes.
Right. And it was in 2020 that things began to shift, right, in her business, and it became much more online.
Yes.
And that was the result of COVID.
Yeah.
And actually, COVID made her very much more busy because she could do a lot more remotely and from the house.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
And starting in June of 2019, or a couple months after, she had that free room that Michael Jr. had moved out of, right?
Yes.
Right. So one thing I just want to shift back to the so-called Japanese event that you mentioned, earlier. One thing that you're also clear about that story, absolutely clear about, was that Katrina wasn't there during it, right?
Yeah, I don't, because she would have been right there in my face to even picture her there. So,
Right. And obviously, she wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah. How tall was your dad?
6'4".
Okay.
I think.
How tall was your mom? Was 5'2" sound right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. He's much larger than her, correct?
Yeah.
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 Okay. I have nothing further.
The witness may step down. I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
the Commonwealth call its next witness?
Yes, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Officer Martin, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony and the evidence you give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and defendant the bar to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may proceed.
May proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Chris Martin, Martin.
Where are you employed, sir?
Marshfield Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the Marshfield Police Department?
Approximately 12 years.
And in what capacity have you been employed there?
Patrolman.
And are you currently still a patrolman?
Yes.
And what are some basic duties and responsibilities of a patrolman?
Traffic stops, responding to medicals, where we're dispatched, just responding to calls.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the date of January 28th, 2021. Were you working on that date?
I was.
And what shift were you working?
The 4 p.m. to midnight shift.
In what capacity were you working that night?
As a patrolman.
Do you happen to remember the weather that date?
I believe it was cold, clear, temperatures in the 30s.
And at approximately 4:48 p.m., were you dispatched to a particular location, sir?
I was.
And what was the location you were dispatched to?
679 Moraine Street.
And what was the nature of the dispatch call?
I believe it came out as a medical and unresponsive male.
How long did it take you to respond to that address?
A few minutes.
And so after you heard the dispatch called 4:48, within a few minutes you had arrived at that location on Moraine Street?
Correct.
And were you working with a partner that night or alone?
I was alone.
And were you in a marked cruiser?
I was.
And in full uniform?
I was.
And were you the only officer to arrive at that time?
No, I arrived simultaneously with 2 other officers.
And what are their names?
Officer Kelly and Officer Hunt.
And sir, can you please describe your observations upon your arrival at 679 Moraine Street?
We entered the house, and it was kind of like a living room or a dining room off a kitchen. And there were 2 females in the kitchen area, as well as a male that was on the ground.
And with regard to the male on the ground, was he subsequently identified as Michael Ricci?
At that time, I didn't know his name.
Okay. And could you describe how he was on the ground?
He was laying face up on his back, didn't appear to be responsive.
Were his eyes open or closed?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you indicated he was not responsive?
Correct.
Okay. What, if any, injuries did you observe on him?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, fluids or blood, for example? Did you observe anything anywhere?
No.
And you indicated there were 2 females in that general vicinity. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And were you able to identify who they were?
At that time, no. One being the caller. I didn't know their names at that time.
And were you able to subsequently figure out who the 2 women were in relationship to the male on the ground?
Correct.
And could you describe what you learned?
One was identified as Christine Ricci, the wife of the victim, and the other was Sophia, the daughter of both.
And do you see Christine Ricci in the courtroom today? You could stand up with your Honor's permission.
You may stand up.
You don't see anybody that?
It's been 3.5 years, so I
Not a
gotta be
problem.
honest, I don't recall.
Oh, that's fine. But there was somebody that was subsequently identified as Christine Ricci?
Correct.
And could you describe her demeanor when you arrived?
Yep, she was frantic, hyperventilating, yelling, screaming.
And what about her daughter, their daughter, Sophia, the caller? How was her demeanor when you arrived?
I don't recall.
Okay. And upon your arrival with Officer Kelly and Officer Hunt, can you tell us what Officer Kelly did when he was on scene?
He began to render aid to the victim.
And in what fashion?
I believe he prepared, actually, I'm not sure. An ambu bag was prepared and chest compressions, I'm not sure.
Did Officer Kelly and Officer Hunt do those two things together?
Correct.
And what was your role at that time, sir?
I was just kind of overseeing if they needed any, like an extra hand with, getting something put together.
And at some point, did you speak to Christine Ricci?
Yes.
And what did she say to you?
She said that he was having a manic episode and then suddenly collapsed.
Were you able to understand her when she said that?
That part, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there other parts you were unable to understand?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on there. It was kind of a frantic scene.
And while Officer Kelly and Officer Hunt were rendering aid, namely, as you stated, chest compressions and I believe rescue breaths, what, if anything, did you observe on the ground near the alleged victim?
A 5-inch steak knife near his foot, approximately 2 feet.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the knife?
I didn't notice any blood or anything, but it had stayed there. At that time, again, it was still, in my mind, a medical.
And, okay. And based on your observations of what your fellow officers were doing, what was Michael Ricci being treated for?
Possible heart attack or
Objection,
something.
Your Honor.
It's all right, he can answer it. What was your understanding of what he was being treated for?
A heart attack.
Did anyone else arrive to 679 Marine Street shortly after you and your fellow officers arrived?
Yes, the fire department.
And what was their role, sir?
They took over care for the victim, placed him on a backboard, and started transporting him to the ambulance.
And where was the ambulance?
In the driveway. I honestly don't know. I never left the house, so
Okay, that's
I'm not
fair.
sure. I would assume the driveway.
And did you have any further conversations with Christine Ricci once her husband had been taken out of the home and brought to the ambulance?
We attempted to speak with her, but she was, again, still frantic, hyperventilating.
And at some point, did her demeanor change at all?
Yes, she was able to, eventually, over time, able to calm down.
And once she became calmer, what, if anything, changed about her story that she had previously told about her husband and why he was on the floor?
Objection as to that characterization.
Sustained.
What, if anything, changed about what Christine Ricci had previously told you once she became calmer?
She told me that there was an argument between the two. And again, she feared that he was in a manic episode. So she grabbed a knife.
And that was, is it fair to say, let me back you up a moment. While you were speaking to Christine Ricci before those statements were made, did somebody come in from outside and make the officers aware of information?
Yes, a member of the fire department.
And if you know, was that Lieutenant Smith?
Correct.
And when, prior to Lieutenant Smith coming in, all the defendant had told you, is it fair to say, was that her husband had had a manic episode and collapsed, correct?
At that point, yes. Prior to Fire coming back in, yes.
And then once Fire came back in, without telling us anything that was said, did Lieutenant Smith tell your fellow officers something that he had learned outside?
Yes.
And once that happened, were you made aware of that information?
Yes.
And is that when you re-engaged conversation with Christine Ricci?
Correct.
And what did you ask her?
I again asked her what had happened, and at that point she explained in further detail that an argument had ensued between the two. She believed he was becoming manic, so she picked up a steak knife because she was scared, and then at some point Michael lunged at her.
And what, if anything, did she indicate happened with the knife in her hand?
I don't recall. Oh, I'm sorry. It went into his chest. Yes.
And had you been aware, sir, of a stabbing when you first arrived, would treating Michael Ricci have been any different?
Yes.
In what way?
Again, we would have immediately handcuffed the defendant, knowing what had happened. Handcuffed the
Objection, Your Honor. As to this hypothetical.
Would the question was, would the treating of the individual, the male on the ground, have been different?
And that also calls for expertise that I don't know a foundation has been led.
I'm happy to lay a foundation, Your Honor.
All right, lay the
I would
foundation.
ask that it be stricken what's been said.
I will strike with regard the testimony with regard to the handcuffing. The question that was asked and the question that will be asked again is, would the treating of the individual male on the ground have been different if you had known that he had been stabbed?
And sir, in terms of your training and experience, when have you learned how to respond to an event such as a stabbing?
Yes.
And typically, what would that involve in terms of medically treating the person who's been stabbed?
Applying pressure to the wounds.
And did you apply pressure to Michael Ricci's wounds, either you, Officer Hunt, or Officer Kelly, when you first arrived?
No.
May I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You stated on cross-examination, I'm sorry, direct examination, some things that I want to talk to you about right now. The first is a statement about when Ms. Ricci made the statement about the knife, okay? I'm going to talk about that with you right now, okay? It's your testimony today, if I understand it, that she doesn't say anything about the knife until after you talked to the fire department and EMTs. Is that your testimony for sure today?
One of the officers spoke with the fire department. I spoke with the officer who relayed what was said.
Okay. Do you remember testifying previously in a motion hearing in this matter? Earlier on, maybe
Yes.
2 years ago?
Yes.
Maybe when your memory was a lot clearer as to what and the events that occurred?
Potentially.
Yeah. Do you remember telling me during that hearing that when Kelly and Hunt brought the body out to the ambulance, you went into the kitchen with Ms. Ricci, sat her down in a chair. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Yeah. And she was upset, correct?
Correct.
So upset that she could not give a coherent account of anything, correct?
Again.
At first.
At first, yes.
Yeah. And she sat down and she ended up being given some medication, right, by her daughter?
I can't answer. I'm not sure.
You don't remember that?
Correct.
And you're aware that in the kitchen, while the two other officers are talking or are bringing the body out, you have a conversation with Christine Ricci when she's sitting in that chair, correct?
Yes.
Right. So this is the conversation you're having with all the other officers out at the ambulance now. It's just you, right?
Correct.
Yes. And it was during that time that you were with the defendant that you observed her taking medication. You say you don't remember that now. Is that right?
I don't recall, no.
So you're saying you don't want to use this? I thought I had.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Your Honor, is it my understanding that we have a stipulation as
Yes.
to medication?
So, yes, thank you. I'm just making a note to myself. All right. Jurors, this is the first time that I'm instructing you with regard to a new term that you may hear, but you could figure it out probably from the context of the English word, stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. There's no dispute about that fact, so you may accept that fact as true. And the stipulation here is that both parties agree that Sophia Ricci gave her mother a medication on 1/28/21, consistent with how she testified yesterday. All right? Thank you.
And you remember, sir, don't you, that it was in the kitchen that you began to have a further and more fulsome conversation with Ms. Ricci about what happened, correct?
Correct.
And it was during that conversation, while the other officers were out at the ambulance, that she makes the statement about the knife for the first time.
I believe Officer Kelly was with me when that statement was made. I don't think I was alone.
Okay, but it was before the people came back from the ambulance and told you about any findings, like, for example, from the fire department?
No. I learned about it when the fire department came back and relayed that information. That's when I further discussed what had happened.
I need to talk now.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to send you off for a little early break this morning. It probably isn't going to be as long as your other break that I'll give you, day 2, and I've already broken the rules with regard to the timing of our breaks, but I will give you comfort breaks periodically. As you know, we don't normally break until 11 o'clock, but it makes sense for a variety of reasons to break now, so just know that it might not be the full 20 minutes, and if it isn't, I'll give you another break before the 1 o'clock hour. Thank you.
Court rise for the jurors is placing notebooks on the chair and exit this way.
Be seated.
All right, let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Everything's separate right now. I'll give you Martin right now. I'll give you the whole transcript. Any other 2 people. On day 2.
session, please be seated.
Your Honor, we are returning to the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. All parties are present in the courtroom.
Where are we?
Commonwealth has been provided a copy of the transcript. They have also sent us any other transcripts that were not previously provided.
All right, you ready to go for it?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't care.
Bring it to it.
Oh, excuse me, your turn.
Court, all rise, jury entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir, again. Good morning. I apologize for the confusion, but I want to get back to January 28th, 2021, if I could.
Okay.
When you arrive, as you said, she's extremely upset, correct?
Yes.
Christine Ricci is hyperventilating,
Yes.
crying,
Yes.
screaming. And when you first have an interaction with her, that conversation that you have with her, she's still in that emotional state that you described during direct as frantic,
Yes.
correct? And what you remember about what she said was something about manic attack, correct?
Correct.
And collapse.
Correct.
She could have said more, but that's what you were able to discern amongst the flood of words that were coming at you, correct?
Correct.
And much of it was muffled and difficult to understand because of her state of upset.
I'd agree.
And you, as a first responder, realized that it didn't make sense to engage in a long questioning with her at that point when she was still in the living room, dining room area, right?
Correct.
And that's why you brought her into the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And you sat her down.
Correct.
Now, it's your memory, as on direct examination, that, and just correct me if I have this wrong or right, that the paramedics, or I'm sorry, the officers take the body out to the ambulance, correct?
The fire department did. The officers did not.
Okay. The fire department brings the body out to the ambulance.
Yes.
And it's in the ambulance that the paramedics discover, you're saying, the stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you and the defendant, correct? As well as Officer Kelly are in the kitchen at this point.
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Kelly had previously been sort of responsible for the CPR that was going on, right?
Yes.
And did you begin to talk to Ms. Ricci before Kelly was done doing the CPR in the kitchen?
Not beyond what I had ascertained, which was, he had, manic episode collapse. So that was up until that point. That's all I had.
Okay. So from the moment that you're in the kitchen, the fire department has now taken the body out to the ambulance and you're alone with Kelly and Ms. Ricci in the kitchen.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony today, isn't it, that Ms. Ricci only states, I'm sorry, and so, of course, you don't find out about the knife until after the paramedics come back or the fire department comes back from the truck and have a conversation with you, correct?
Well, I saw the knife prior, but that's when I put it together that, maybe it was used in what happened.
But I guess my question is, you don't find out about the stab wound in the body until the paramedics come back to you,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When they're out at the truck, you don't yet know about the stab wound, right?
Not.
Okay. And it's your testimony today, as if I understand you correctly, that you don't hear Christine Ricci, you don't have a conversation with Christine Ricci until after they come back and tell you about the stab wound?
Yes.
Okay. As I said a moment ago, you testified at a motion hearing, a preliminary hearing earlier in this matter, correct?
Yes.
A couple years ago,
Yes.
when the events were a lot clearer in your mind, correct?
Potentially. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Identifying document. What was one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
One more. Sorry. And the first page of this testimony. Not going well today. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document here. Does that identify it as that preliminary motion hearing that we talked about earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. And as I turn, your name is right there, correct?
Correct.
In your testimony from page 16, correct, to page 35?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're identified on page 6 as being the person testifying?
Yes.
All right. And you were asked the question on page 11, lines 13, I think, to 20. All right, once the paramedics arrived and other officers arrived, what do you and other officers do? And you answered, well, they had taken the victim out into the ambulance. They had hooked him up an automated defibrillator, or not defibrillator, chest compressions, and brought him out. And then we asked Ms. Ricci what happened. All right? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
All right. And then you were asked the question, did she tell you again the same thing which he had just collapsed? And you said no. Correct?
Yes.
And you basically go on to say, don't you, that at that point, when they're out at the ambulance, that you have a conversation with her when she describes the knife for the first time.
Again, it's when the paramedics came back.
So it says here, doesn't it, that after you set her down while the paramedics are gone, what happened at that point? And that's you talking about the question that you asked. And you said at that point, she stated that he started having a manic episode. She had grabbed a knife in an attempt to scare him, and then he suddenly lunged. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Yes. And again, a few pages later, on pages 14 over to 15, you were asked the question, may I approach one?
Yes.
You said, the question was, okay, and at what point after you arrived was there a discussion about bringing her to the hospital? And you said, after paramedics came in, and when they hooked up Mr. Ricci to the machine, they discovered a puncture wound in his chest. You see that?
Yes.
And then the question is, once the puncture wound was discovered, did you or other officers ask any follow-up questions to the defendant? And you said no.
Correct.
Now, you don't tell Ms. Ricci, correct, that she's going to the police station?
I did not know.
And none of the officers did, right?
I can't speak. I'm not sure.
Wasn't there an attempt to sort of make her believe that she was going to the hospital?
Objection.
If you know.
Hold on. If you know.
Yes, we were making arrangements to take her to the hospital prior to, obviously later discovering stab wounds.
Right. So when you changed your mind, you didn't let her know you changed your mind.
I did not know.
And nobody in your department did, right?
Can't speak for them. I'm not sure.
Okay. But you know that at some point a decision was made to bring her to the police station?
Correct.
And you're not aware as to whether or not she was ever told about that. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Right. When you first arrive and see the collapsed man on the ground that you realize your fellow officers have to attend to, his body is about, you said, 2 feet away from approximately the knife that was dropped?
Yes.
Okay. And that is essentially less than a foot away from a set of stairs, right, that go from the kitchen into the dining room. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the stairs, no.
Okay. Do you remember that it was right next to the entry between the kitchen and that living room, dining room area?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. You don't remember that that living room, dining area was sunken?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. One moment. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Thank you. Sir, defense counsel asked you about a further conversation you had with the defendant in the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Just so we're abundantly clear, do you know what, let me ask you this, did you write a report right after this happened?
Yes, that night.
And so you wrote a report that night, correct?
Correct.
The transcript defense counsel was showing you that was actually testified to approximately 6 months later, correct? In January?
Yes.
So with regard to your police report, do you remember when it was fresh in your head that particular day, the order things happened, sir?
Yes.
Please tell us what that order was.
I arrived on scene, again, thinking it's a medical. 2 other officers arrive simultaneously with me. They start rendering aid to the victim. I went in. The defendant was frantic. I tried to calm her down. At some point, I asked what had happened. She said he was having an episode and he collapsed. At that time, I turned towards the victim to maybe help if, render aid as well. Again, the defendant is still frantic. The fire department arrives on scene. They place him on a backboard, take over care. They put him in the ambulance. A few minutes later, seconds maybe, they come back in and speak with either Officer Kelly or Officer Hunt, who then, relays what they had said to me.
Which was what?
That they found a stab wound on his chest. And that's when I further discussed what had happened with the defendant.
And it was then and only then she told you something different than she had previously stated regarding him collapsing.
Correct.
And defense counsel asked you about the timing in which you saw the knife on the ground near where Michael Ricci had been on his back, correct?
Yes.
And then he asked you, then you learned about the stab wound, and you, and correct me if I'm wrong, said, that's when I put it all together.
Correct.
Remember saying that?
Yes, I had noticed the knife when I walked in.
So what did you mean? Because there wasn't a follow-up question about that. What did you mean when you said you put it all together?
Well, I would object to his conclusions, his investigatory conclusions, as being the province of the jury.
He can explain what he meant by the comment only, you put it all together. You may explain what you meant by that, sir.
I realized it was more than a medical.
At what point? When you saw the knife or something different?
When the statements were made to me, and by the fire department, and then as well as what the defendant said had happened.
And in terms of the change in where the defendant, Christine Ricci, was to be taken from the scene, can you explain originally where was she going to be transported to?
To the hospital.
And why was that?
We believed her husband was having a medical issue, and she was obviously pretty frantic. So as well as get her aid at the hospital, but be with her loved one.
And at some point that changed. At what juncture did that change, that she was no longer going to be taken to the hospital for what you believe to be her husband's medical and instead taken to the police station?
Again, after the fire department informed us of their findings in the ambulance, as well as what the defendant said immediately after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Recross.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Christopher Bradley to the stand.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, Incident.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you give before the jury and that are now coming from the Commonwealth and as far to the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Sure. Christopher Bradley.
And how do you spell your last name for the record?
Last name spelled Bradley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for the Marshfield Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Marshfield Fire Department?
In total, a little over 4 years now.
And what is your role with the fire department?
I work as a firefighter paramedic.
Can you explain to us what your duties and responsibilities are as a firefighter paramedic in the town?
Sure. In the town of Marshfield, our primary duties are advanced life support, emergency medical services.
Just slow down a little bit.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Okay. Emergency medical services at the advanced life support level, fire suppression, life safety, and property conservation.
And currently, most of the members of the department are cross-trained in both of those areas of being a paramedic and also a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
And so can you explain to us how shifts work with the fire department?
Sure. So we all work twice a week, 24-hour shifts, beginning at 8 a.m. and ending at 8 a.m. the following day. We work, the schedule goes as 24 hours on, followed by 48 hours off, another 24-hour shift, followed by 96 hours off.
Okay. And how are assignments given out when you are working one of those 24-hour shifts?
Typically, we have a rotating schedule, and that'll be deemed by the shift commander, who's a captain or an officer on duty, and he will assign us the different roles as far as apparatus positions and where we're riding that day.
And how often in a 24-hour shift do those roles rotate?
It depends. Lately, our current shift manning is at 11, and at night we'll drop down to 10. So we'll run one primary ambulance, and the secondary ambulance will have to be cross-staffed with an engine driver and also a ladder driver.
And are there more than one fire stations in the town of Marshfield?
Yes.
How many are there?
3 total.
And does each station have their own series of apparatus, meaning the paramedic bus and the fire engines?
Yes.
And back in January of 2021, were you assigned to a particular station in the town of Marshfield?
Yes, I was assigned to Station 3.
And were you still working that same 24-hour shifts?
Yes.
And again, back in January of 2021, those assignments that you were given on any given shift, were they similar as you just described or different in some way?
Similar.
And at Station 3 in Marshfield, what are the different apparatus that are at that location?
The apparatus that we have at Station 3 are the frontline ladder truck, Engine 3, and we hold paramedics 1, 2, and 3, which is the town's ambulances.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 28th of 2021. Do you recall working a 24-hour shift that day?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched out to a particular residence on Moraine Street in Marshfield at approximately 4:45 p.m.?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the nature of the call you were responding to?
To the best of my recollection, the call came in for a gentleman who was shoveling snow in his driveway and had slipped on the ice.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I'm sorry, sir, had you finished your answer about what your recollection of the nature of the call was?
I was just in the middle of it. So to the best of my knowledge, the call came in for a gentleman who had slipped in his driveway while shoveling snow and had struck his head in the pavement.
And as a firefighter and also as a paramedic in the town of Marshfield, that type of information, is it useful to you responding to a scene so that you have an idea on what you're walking into?
Yes.
And on this particular day, January 28th, on this particular call, what was your assignment that day?
I was the driver of Marshfield Engine 3.
And when a medical call comes out by 911, is there always a fire truck dispatched with an ambulance and the police?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at 679 Moraine Street, where did you go and what did you do?
So we arrived on Moraine Street and we parked. The residence is kind of on a upslope. We parked on Moraine Street as well as the ambulance did, I believe, and we walked up the driveway, didn't observe anyone to be in the driveway, and we entered the home.
And did the engine arrive around the same time as the ambulance?
Yes.
Were there any other emergency vehicles on scene prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And what emergency vehicles?
Marshfield Police Department.
When you entered the house, where did you and the other firefighters go?
Initially, where we entered on a side entrance, it led into what I believe was the dining room area.
And what did you see when you entered into the dining room area?
When we entered, I witnessed 2 to 3 Marshfield police officers performing life-saving measures on a gentleman who was laying on his back on the dining room area.
By life-saving measures, what did you observe them doing?
They were performing CPR on the patient, and they were preparing to apply the AED and ventilate him.
Did you notice whether the man lying on his back was at all responsive?
He was unresponsive at the time.
And Were there any other individuals present in the home at the time when you arrived into that dining room area?
Yes.
Who else was present?
From what I gathered, it was the patient's spouse and one of the children, female daughter.
Did you have the opportunity to make observations of their demeanor when you arrived in the home?
Yes.
And what was their demeanor?
They were very emotionally upset, given everything that was transpiring.
And once you arrived in the home, what was your primary focus?
Our primary focus was to figure out what had happened and then to assume patient care of the patient.
And being that you were on the engine that day, were there other firefighters that were assigned to the ambulance?
Yes.
And who was assigned to the ambulance that responded with you?
The ambulance that night had firefighter James Majensky and firefighter Matthew Cohen.
And are you aware of what their roles were on the ambulance that night?
Yes.
And what were their roles particularly?
So their roles were just to treat and transport as far as any medical call would go. And typically on the ambulance, after one call is completed, roles switch, meaning that whoever drove to the call, the secondary person would be in the back of the ambulance teching and doing the documentation. When the call is complete, roles switch. The other person who had just teched the call with the patient will now drive. The person who drove will now take over patient care for the next medical call.
Okay, so there are very clearly defined roles on the two-man ambulance on who is to do what. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so one person is primarily for patient care on each call, and one person is tasked with driving the ambulance.
Correct.
And in this particular instance, do you know of firefighter Cohen and Majensky who was doing what on this particular call?
I believe firefighter Cohen, it was his turn to tech the call, and firefighter Majensky, I believe, was the driver.
So when you say tech the call, do you mean attending to the patient?
Correct, assuming patient care.
Okay. And in certain circumstances, because you are all cross-trained as Marshfield firefighters, are you able to assist on a call even if you drove an engine there?
Yes.
And in this circumstance, did you assist?
Yes.
What were your observations of the man that was lying on the floor?
As I stated before, the gentleman presented it as unresponsive initially, and I can speak for myself, my primary survey, I didn't see any outward signs of trauma, any gross injury or anything like that, which is usually what we look for as regards to an unresponsive patient.
By outward signs of trauma, what would you look for that circumstance?
Any blunt force trauma, any massive bleeding, anything.
And so on this particular patient, you didn't observe either of those things?
No, I did not.
And how about the patient's clothing? At the time that you and the other firefighters arrived, was his clothing intact?
Yes, it was.
Did you make note of anything around the patient that would have informed how you would administer care to the patient?
No, I did not. As I said, he was just laying on his back, kind of in the corner of the dining room up against a wall.
And what did firefighter Cohen and Majensky do to administer patient care?
As soon as, well, myself included, once we entered the room, we had taken over CPR. We also brought in our equipment from the ambulance, as well as our mechanical CPR device and a longboard. We began chest compressions and then applied our, what we call a Lucas device, which is the mechanical CPR device that I had mentioned.
Now, if you had observed some evidence of obvious trauma, would that have altered your care of the patient?
No.
And why is that in this circumstance? What's your primary goal?
The primary goal is to treat all life-threatening injuries or illnesses. And in this case, where the patient was unresponsive, he was not breathing on his own and had no palpable pulses, we then began CPR.
And you indicated that you and the other firefighters applied the mechanical device called a Lucas device, correct?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to speak with any of the family members that you described observing in the home prior to the patient care?
Not that I recall.
At any point in your recollection of being in the house that particular night, did you speak with either the daughter or the wife?
No.
And how about police? Did you have any particular conversations with the police officer when you arrived to try to assess how to properly care for the patient?
I don't believe so.
After you and the other firefighters applied the device, what was the next step that you took with the patient?
The next step was to load him onto one of our backboards and secure him with straps so that we could then extricate him from the home outside to the stretcher.
And is that normal protocol?
Yes.
What occurred when you got into the ambulance?
When we got into the ambulance, I can remember turning on our cardiac monitor. I believe the CPR device was still going. Firefighter Cohen was going to expose the patient, meaning cut off his clothing. And I believe Firefighter Majensky was still ventilating him with a bag valve mask.
And is that also normal protocol to cut off the patient's clothing when you're in that kind of environment to further assess?
Yes.
Or do a secondary assessment of the patient when you're in that environment of the ambulance?
Correct.
And so what happened when Firefighter Cohen cut off the patient's clothes?
As Firefighter Cohen exposed the patient and cutting off his shirt, we discovered a penetrating wound to the patient's chest.
And can you tell us a little bit about what that means when you describe it as a penetrating wound?
So it was a wound that it was on the front side of the chest, more towards, I believe, the left chest wall, to the best of my knowledge. And it was just indicative of an object that had penetrated through the patient's chest.
Was that wound bleeding at that point?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Did you yourself observe any kind of amounts of blood on the clothing or in and around the patient once his chest was exposed?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Did you yourself observe any sort of blood on the patient's clothing or in and around his body once his shirt was cut off?
I only observed the wound to start bleeding. It took a few minutes, but with the device that was performing chest compressions, then the wound did begin bleeding.
And so what happened in the ambulance to try to address that particular wound?
So with that particular wound, with any type of a penetrating trauma to the chest wall, we will cover that with what we call an occlusive dressing to keep any outside atmospheric air from entering into the chest cavity.
And as the patient's clothing was removed and this wound was discovered, were any other wounds noted on the patient that were significant to you and the other?
I believe, to the best of my knowledge, there was also another laceration, I believe, to the backside of his left shoulder.
Is it fair to say that that deep penetrating wound was the primary focus once it was discovered?
Yes.
Did you at all leave the ambulance after that wound was discovered?
Once all interventions at that time were completed, yes, I did.
And at the time that you were in the back of the ambulance with Firefighter Cohen and Majensky, were there any other Marshfield fire officers present?
Yes.
And who was that other person?
That was Captain Patrick Smith.
And what was his role on scene that day?
He was the captain of Engine 3, with whom I was riding with. And ultimately, he was the shift commander that day for our group for the town of Marshfield.
And was he present when that wound was discovered by Firefighter Cohen?
Yes.
And what did you see Captain Smith do after the wound was discovered?
We informed him of our discovery, and then I believe he exited the ambulance and then told the police what we had found.
At any point when the patient was in the back of the ambulance, did you ever get a pulse?
No.
Did he ever start breathing?
No.
Did you ever notice him to be alert or oriented or open his eyes at any point?
No.
And once he was stable enough, was he transported to the hospital?
Yes.
And how was he transported? Who drove the ambulance at that point?
I did.
And so what did Firefighter Cohen and Majensky do at that point?
They stayed in the back of the ambulance to continue life-saving measures.
And at that point, was it necessary that both of them tend to the patient in the back, and that's why you drove the ambulance?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Cross-exam?
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You mentioned a little bit on direct examination about the division of labor within the fire department, particularly when you're responding to a scene as a ambulance first responder. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it normal for one of the officers to write a report, one of the firefighters to write a report?
As far as a medical report goes, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the reporting person, is that decided before the call comes in, or is that also rotated the way you described it?
It's rotated, sir.
Okay. And so is it typical for the person who writes the report to note in the report the reason for the call initially?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so they would get that from dispatch and they would make note of it as soon as they got it so that they could put it in their report?
Typically, it would be either before or after at the hospital when we document, sir.
Okay. And you were not the officer that wrote the report in this case, correct?
Correct.
When you remove Mr. Ricci's clothes in the back of the ambulance, all three of you were in the back, or just Cohen and Majensky?
All three of us, sir.
All three of us. Is it your position that you noticed at that point the cut on the back of the shoulder, or do you think you've discovered that later?
I would say we discovered that after.
Okay. And obviously the person who wrote the report would have been writing a report about that in the hours immediately after the shift, or even sooner, right?
Yes, sir.
When the facts are still fresh, before they know anything about the case or anything like that that could affect their memory.
Yes.
And that's important, right? As a police officer, or as anybody who writes a report. I know you're not a police officer.
Correct.
But as a firefighter or first responder, getting those memories when they're fresh, right?
Yes.
Before they've had an opportunity to hear things and have it affect you.
Yes.
When you discover the penetrating wounds and you tell Chief Smith, you say Chief Smith goes and tells the police. Does that happen in the driveway?
This was so when Captain Smith was in the ambulance, we alluded to him what we had found. He then exited the side door of the ambulance. I don't know if the police were still inside the residence or if they were immediately outside the ambulance.
Okay. But you know he talked to police, so you must have seen him talking to police personnel?
I didn't observe that myself, sir.
Oh, okay.
But I know that he did exit the ambulance, and I'm assuming that he went and talked to them.
And so when Detective Smith learns about the puncture wound and goes and talks to the police, are there police officers, in fact, out in that driveway at that point?
I'm not sure because I was still in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. So you don't know where the officers were at the moment that Smith learns about the puncture wound?
No.
And as far as you know, they could have been in the driveway or they could have been in the house, either one of those things?
Correct.
Okay. What is clear, however, is that inside the house, when you first arrive, the police officers, the Marshfield police officers, are doing CPR.
Yes.
And there's no bleeding that's occurring.
Yes.
There's no blood around the body, correct?
Correct.
And you guys are all trained first responders, right?
Correct.
And looking at that body in that position, you weren't able to tell that there had been a penetrative wound.
Correct.
And you also weren't, and in fact, the only time the wound on his chest bled was when you started to do artificial electrical currents into his heart to make it beat, correct?
I would say it began bleeding significantly when we applied the Lucas device for chest compressions.
Right, because that can start the heart pumping artificially, right?
It can produce artificial compressions at the adequate rate and depth, sir.
So it would. So in other words, because now the heart is pumping, it's bleeding. Correct.
Correct, because it's trying to perfuse the rest of the body and the brain.
Mm-hmm. So there was no blood at the scene. Is it your understanding that that is an indication that his heart had stopped pumping inside the house?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you take any vitals inside the house?
We initially, I believe, I don't remember if it was myself or one of my other coworkers, checked. I myself did not.
Okay.
But someone had checked a pulse, and we also assessed breathing rapidly. We did not see any chest rise or fall, and I believe he was pulseless at that time.
Okay, so there were no vital signs as far as you remember inside the house?
Correct.
All right. Nothing further.
Nothing further. Thank you.
May I step down, sir? Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Matthew Cohen.
That's Colin's report. Oh, okay. You gotta give it all time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please declare. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you should give to the court and the jury in the matter now produced in the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Matthew Cohen, C-O-H-E-N.
And how were you employed?
Marshfield Firefighter Paramedic.
How long have you been with the Marshfield Fire Department?
17 years.
And are you primarily a paramedic, or do you have another role with the Marshfield Fire?
We're dual certified, so paramedic and firefighter. We do both.
And so as at being dual certified, what are your trainings as a paramedic? What type of care are you trained in?
As a paramedic, we have full paramedic ACLS accreditation, so we're trained as a paramedic, which is about a 2. I'm sorry?
If to slow down a little bit, sorry.
It's about a 2-year program to be trained as a paramedic. We're also trained in CPR, ACLS, PALS.
And so are you certified to give the highest level of paramedic care to patients as opposed to basic life services?
Correct. Paramedic is the highest in the state.
And working for the Marshfield Fire Department, do you work a particular type of shift, or what's the?
We work 24-hour shifts. The rotation is 1 shift on, 2 shifts on, and then another shift on, and then 4 shifts off.
And that 24-hour shift, what are the hours?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the following day.
And are assignments handed out on the basis of whatever shift you work, or do you have a set assignment?
The captain of the shift creates a rotation, so that rotation, we're on different pieces each day.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2021. Were you assigned to a particular station in the town of Marshfield during that time period?
Station 3.
And Station 3, is that a manned station that has people there for the entire 24-hour shift?
Yep, that's the central station, which is our headquarters, so that has the most personnel.
On January 28th of 2021, were you working one of those 24-hour shifts that day?
I was.
And at approximately 4:45 p.m., are you aware of a call that came into the station for medical assistance?
I am.
And what was your assigned apparatus at that time?
Paramedic 1, the frontline ambulance.
And were you working by yourself or with a partner on that ambulance?
I would have had a partner.
Do you recall on this particular call what your role was for that call on the ambulance?
I was the primary patient caregiver.
And what does that mean?
It means that the medical decision-making comes from me, and then I write the report after the fact.
And so your partner on the ambulance that day, what was his responsibility?
Driving the apparatus and backing me up.
And in your training and experience as a paramedic and with Marshfield Marshfield Fire Department, because all of the firefighters are dual certified or dual trained, do other officers or other firefighters often assist when you're responding for patient care?
Absolutely.
When your ambulance arrived at Moraine Street that particular day, what were your observations of what was the situation on scene?
When we were first arrived on scene, there wasn't much outside. When we entered the home, we were directed to our patient, who was lying supine on the floor. As far as the rest of the scene goes, I went directly to the patient.
And when you say supine, just for...
I'm sorry, lying flat on his back.
Thank you. Did you notice any other non-emergency personnel in the home?
I believe Marshfield Police was there as well.
Okay. Did you notice any civilians in the home other than the...
Yeah, there was two women in the first room.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part of what you said?
In the first room when we first entered the home.
In that first room when you first entered, what did it appear to be, or what did it look like?
Kind of unremarkable to me.
Well, did it appear to be kind of a living area, a dining area, a kitchen, or something?
Yeah, a utility room, kind of like a three-season room almost, I guess.
And you indicated that Marshfield police officers were already on scene when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe them doing when you arrived?
I only saw one. He was kneeling at the patient's side.
And what was he doing?
I believe he was still assessing at that point.
Did you see the Marshfield officers rendering any sort of aid to the patient before you took over care?
He was kneeling by his side. I don't know if he had started CPR or not. I do not recall.
Did you speak to anyone prior to assessing the patient to try to ascertain what had happened or what kind of emergency you were responding to?
I did not. The patient's condition was grave, so we went directly into care.
When you say grave, what were your observations of the patient's condition?
He was not breathing and his heart was not beating.
What about his physical appearance? Did you make any observations about his clothing?
His clothing did seem a bit disheveled.
Did you observe any obvious signs of trauma?
At that particular point, no.
And if you did observe obvious signs of trauma, does a trauma situation or whether it's a medical situation inform how you would administer patient care?
If the patient is not breathing and the heart is not beating, no, it's the same treatment no matter what.
But is something that is associated with trauma, would that be something you would need to know as far as assessing patient care?
We would definitely want to know, yeah.
And in this circumstance, you did not see any identifiers of trauma?
Initially, right there at the side, no.
So was it fair to say your focus was then on the medical issue, meaning that he was unresponsive and not breathing with no pulse?
Correct.
As you were assessing the patient as he's on the floor, what are you doing to assess the situation and decide how to care for the patient?
Physical assessments, going over the patient's being, and then medical assessments, looking for breathing, the pulse, things of that nature. When we found that he was not, his heart was not breathing, we did apply the Lucas device, which requires us to roll the patient to put a piece of plastic behind his back. At that point, we did notice some blood.
And how did you notice the blood?
When we rolled the patient, it was on our gloves.
Did you see the blood on the patient or just on your gloves?
Just on the gloves, because when we rolled him back, that's what we were focused on.
And when you rolled him back and now he's on his back, you didn't see any blood or any other obvious injuries, correct?
Not at that point, no.
Now, the other individuals that were in the home, the two women that were in the home, were you able to make observations of their demeanor while you were assessing the patient?
We did. So initially, the home seemed quiet. Things were fairly well in order. After a short time, I don't know what the occurrence was, but one of the women became pretty hysterical.
Do you know which one?
The older.
And did that affect your ability to care for the patient? That there was kind of commotion in this woman?
It heightens the stress level and so forth.
So what did you do as a result?
We asked that they move them away so they didn't watch what was happening.
And what did you do with the patient at that point?
We extricated, so we got him onto a longboard. All life-saving measures were in place, and we moved him out to the ambulance.
Now, when you get to the ambulance, what's the first thing you do when you get into the ambulance?
We reconfirmed that all primary life-saving measures are in place, which we did, and then we begin a secondary assessment.
And what does a secondary assessment involve?
In this particular instance, anybody that's not breathing and the heart is not breathing, it requires us to cut down their clothing, completely expose their body to look for any signs of the condition.
And so in this circumstance, did you remove at least the shirt of the patient?
We did.
And what did you notice when you removed the shirt?
Penetrating trauma to the upper left chest.
And when you say penetrating trauma, what does that mean?
A significant, probably 7 to 8 centimeters laceration with penetration deep into the chest cavity.
And what did you do to treat that?
Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do. We did apply a pressure dressing over that to try to stop any leakage of air. But other than that, there is no treatment.
And when that wound was discovered on his chest, did you then observe greater amounts of blood? Or was it a lesser amount?
Not as much as we would expect.
In that secondary assessment, did you check any other areas of the patient's body after his clothes were removed?
We inspected his body fully. We did find some trauma to his back as well.
And when you discovered this trauma that hadn't been obvious inside the home, what did you do with that information?
Passed that on to my shift commander who was on scene, who then passed it on to the police department.
And was that Captain Smith at the time?
Correct.
Dick Smith. Did you ever leave the ambulance to address what you observed in the wounds with the police officers that were in the home?
No, I was fully involved with the patient.
And while you were fully involved with the patient, was your partner on the ambulance that night, Firefighter Majensky, also involved with the patient?
Correct.
Do you recall if there was a third firefighter that was there assisting with care of this particular patient?
Firefighter Christopher Bradley.
And how long, or if you know, how long were you doing the secondary assessment and prepping the patient in order to stabilize and transport to the hospital?
Offhand, I don't recall. Probably 15 to 20 minutes, but it would be in my patient care report.
Okay. And before the patient was transported to the hospital, did you make any decisions about who was going to drive the vehicle and whether you needed another pair of hands on the back of the ambulance?
Yep, by our policy, anything in an arrest situation where somebody's not breathing or their heart is not beating, we bring a third person.
And so is it fair to say that in this circumstance, Firefighter Bradley drove the ambulance while Firefighter Majensky stayed with you in the back of the ambulance?
Correct.
And when you get to the hospital, do you recall which hospital the patient was transported to?
South Shore Hospital.
What happens when you arrive at the South Shore Hospital with the patient?
We give a pre-entry notification, so I call the hospital to tell them that we're coming so that they're ready for our arrival. As soon as we arrive with a patient in this condition, we're directed immediately to a room where generally there's a team of people waiting for us, and then I give the report to that team.
While you were in the back of the ambulance and in transport or en route to the hospital, did the patient ever regain pulse?
No.
Did he ever regain respiratory functions?
No.
Did you ever identify him to be responsive, meaning his eyes were open or he was alert or oriented?
Not at all.
I have no further questions.
Yeah.
Russ?
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Do I understand that you were the person for this shift who was going to be writing the reports and getting the call directly from dispatch?
So the way we work is we alternate. So we would take turns. So one call, I would be the primary patient caregiver, and then we switch. I drive, my partner becomes the caregiver. But either way, we all receive the call at the same time.
And so do you also switch the duty of who writes the report during the course of the shift?
Correct. Whoever the primary patient caregiver writes the report.
Writes the report. And they write that report basically as soon as the call is over, right?
Correct.
When the events are still fresh in the mind?
Correct.
And that's really important, isn't it? Because you're getting your fresh impressions right after it was that you heard the information that you got.
Yep.
And before you had an opportunity to be influenced by any, reports or facts you might learn along the way, right?
Our reports are based just on medical observation.
No, I understand that. And they're based on medical observation made immediately after you give or have those medical observations, right?
Correct.
And before you have an opportunity to hear any narratives about the case in any way that could possibly affect your memory.
No narrative would come into play. Specifically what we see and what we do.
Understood. But for example, if you heard information after the event about the event, 2-3 years later, you might remember what you heard about the event and not exactly what your observations were, perhaps. At least that's a worry. That's why you write the report right away.
We write it to transfer medical care, so we leave that with the hospital so everybody knows the whole case in general.
Yeah, and it's fresh in your mind when you write it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now,
Yes.
You wrote the report in this call, meaning the call to 679 Moraine Street on January 28, 2021.
Correct.
And as a typical report, you would mark down the reason for the call, right?
Generally.
Yeah. And you would write down it as you remembered when the memories were still fresh.
Yep.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you a document, sir.
Okay.
Does that look like your report?
It does.
And if you could just tell the jury, does that look as though it was written at 17:12 or 5:12 p.m. on January 28, 2021?
In that vicinity, yeah. Yeah, that's when the signature was captured.
Right. So it was either written, you would sign the report after you write it, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, it either was at 5:12 p.m. on that night or before
Should be, yeah.
that you wrote the report. And I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. When you talk about DISP, that stands for dispatched, right?
Correct.
And you wrote, am I reading this correctly? Dispatched for unresponsive mail with limited info.
Correct. Yep.
And you did that because that's what you remember the call came in at, right?
Correct.
Now, when you arrive at the scene, the police are already there.
Correct.
And by the time you arrive, you're not really noticing anything about those two women that are there, except that they're there. Your focus is primarily on the grave situation with the man on the floor, right?
Correct.
At some point, you notice that the older of the two women gets noticeably even more upset, correct?
Correct.
Did that happen to correspond to when the AED machine was taken out?
I can't say.
So it's possible that that could have corresponded to when the AED machine was taken out.
Potentially.
Yeah. Now, after bringing the patient to the ambulance and cutting off the patient's clothes, you notice the penetrating wound in the front over on the center, was it center left or center right?
Upper left chest.
Upper left chest. At that point, the clothes are off the body, correct? When you notice that?
Well, the body is exposed. They're not necessarily off at that point, but it's exposed.
All right. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that as you expose the body, you notice a second cut? Or a second penetrating wound?
On the back, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was penetrating. We didn't determine at the time, but there was a laceration to the back.
When you wrote your report, did you say, and I'll let you take a look at this. You mentioned the wound on that wound that you noticed on the back shoulder in that report?
I think I was looping it in with the injuries at the beginning of that and then no other trauma afterwards, but it didn't state clearly.
Okay. So there's no mention of the wound on the back clearly, it just says wound?
Correct.
Yeah. Were you present when, after finding those wounds, you reported the matter to Lieutenant Smith?
Was I present? Yes.
Yeah, you were there. Where did that disclosure to Lieutenant Smith take place?
I believe he was a captain at the time, but that took place in the back of the ambulance.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's outside?
In the ambulance, in the patient compartment of the ambulance.
Okay. Once you tell Captain Smith about the wound, do you see where he goes after that?
He exited the ambulance.
Did you see whether he had any conversations with any other personnel after that?
He said he was exiting to go speak with the police. I didn't follow him.
Were the police in the driveway at that point, in the house, or both?
I can't say.
Okay. Now, you said that when you came upon the scene, the patient was on the ground in a supine position, right?
Correct.
And you explained that what that meant is that it was on his back with his face pointing towards the ceiling.
Yes.
Is it often the case that the 911 operators or the dispatchers will give instructions to the people calling in the emergency about moving the body in a way to clear your airways?
Objection.
Basis.
Relevance?
Overruled.
That does happen, right?
Emergency medical dispatchers will give instructions, yes.
Including if someone's, for example, on their face, to turn him over onto his back, for example, to initiate life-saving measures at least immediately before anyone arrives.
Correct.
Yeah. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just very briefly.
What does that matter?
Mr. Cohen, you testified on direct examination that you noticed blood on your gloves only after you rolled the patient from his back, correct?
Correct.
And you had to touch his back in order to roll him.
Correct.
When you got in the ambulance and located that deep penetrating wound, was your focus of patient care attended to that particular wound?
Absolutely. That was a significant wound.
Is that considered a trauma incident?
Major trauma.
And so would any other wound be your focus? So even the laceration you described on his back, would that be a trauma situation that you immediately had to address over the chest wound?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Recross.
Sir, when you say that you got blood on your gloves as you were turning over the body, you're not suggesting that you know that the blood came from the patient's back, are you?
I know that there was blood on my glove.
Right. And you're not suggesting that the blood that got on your glove came from his back, are you?
I have no idea where the blood came from.
It could have come from all of your work doing CPR on the front part of his body.
After I exposed him, I would have to disagree and say no, because there was no blood on the front part of his body. It was a clean wound.
Okay. But wasn't there a Lucas machine hooked up to him at a certain point?
Yep.
And doesn't the Lucas machine have the capability of artificially creating or pumping the heart artificially?
It does.
And that can sometimes cause a little bit of extra bleeding, can't it?
It would.
Okay.
But I did not notice blood coming out of the chest.
You didn't notice it, but it's potential that blood could have come out while the Lucas machine was working, correct?
We rolled him. The blood was on our gloves. Then we applied the Lucas machine.
Okay, so you don't apply the Lucas machine until he's already in the ambulance.
We were in the act of applying it. In order to do so, we have to roll the patient. We put a plastic board under him, roll him back over, and then clamp the Lucas machine to the board. That's the way to start it actually pumping.
Okay. And you're suggesting that you just didn't notice that you had blood on your hands before that? Or are you saying that you didn't have blood on your hands?
I noticed it immediately after we rolled him back.
Okay.
Prior to starting the Lucas.
But you're not suggesting that you might not have had blood on your gloves before that?
I had just applied my gloves. I didn't have blood on my gloves before that.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Jurors, how are you doing over there? Are you good to keep going? Anybody need a break? Why don't we do it that way? Hearing no break, we'll have the next witness.
May we just briefly approach before I call the witness?
Yes? The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Thomas Loughran.
Right there, sir. Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and evidence which will be the court and the jury in the matter not coming from the Commonwealth and the bar will be nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Trooper Thomas Loughran, Loughran.
And you identified yourself as a trooper, so what agency employs you?
Mass State Police,
And how long have you been with the Massachusetts State Police?
since 2006.
What is your current assignment with the State Police?
I'm currently assigned to Crime Scene Services.
Can you explain to us what the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, what they do?
Yes, so we document anything from fire investigations, crashes, unattended deaths, homicides. We process evidence that's submitted by outside agencies for fingerprints. We process crime scenes, things of that nature.
And where are you primarily based out of?
Lakeville.
And I'm sorry, did I already ask you how long you've been a trooper?
Yes, since 2006.
Thank you. Do you have to undergo any specific training to work in the crime scene services section?
Yes, I do.
What kind of training did you undergo?
So to begin, we started from May to about the end of August, early September. I went out to Maynard. It was a lot of in-house training on operating our cameras, crime scene documentation, processing crime scenes, developing fingerprints. We get a lot of training. I've gotten hundreds of hours from outside agencies. Ron Smith and Associates is a big one. They're a forensic science training group. We do a lot of things like processing crime scenes, latent fingerprint training, things of that nature from them.
When you describe one of your roles as kind of documenting a crime scene, how does the crime scene services section document crime scenes?
Typically with photographs, but in more serious scenes or at the request of any departments, we also can do scene diagrams, scene videos.
And when you respond to a particular crime scene, are you as the trooper in charge of what occurs at the scene, or are there other law enforcement parties present that had already secured a scene?
There would be other law enforcement present that secure the scene.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 28th of 2021. Do you recall working that day or being called out to work that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall being called out to the town of Marshfield?
Yes.
And where were you directed to go in Marshfield?
Initially, I was directed to go to the Marshfield Police Department.
And after learning a little bit more about what had transpired at the police department, were you directed to a particular residence in the town of Marshfield?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say that was at 679 Moraine Street?
That's correct, yes.
Were there other law enforcement officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was.
What law enforcement agencies?
Marshfield PD and the State Police Plymouth County Detective Unit.
Do you recall if there were any civilians on scene by the time you arrived there?
I do not recall that, no.
And as far as you're aware, when you arrived, the emergent situation had left that particular location, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time?
When you arrived there, there was no emergent situation going on, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there was no nobody present as far as a body to document or anything like that?
Correct.
Fair to say fire department and ambulances were not on scene when you arrived?
That's correct. They were not on scene.
And at the stage in which you're called out to a scene, is it fair to say that other law enforcement would have already secured that particular scene?
Yes, correct.
And why is it important to secure a scene for crime scene services?
Because prior to my arrival, I'm going to document the crime scene as is. You don't want to disturb anything to the extent possible.
And when you arrived on scene, did you have any reason to believe that anything in the home had been disturbed once the person that they were treating had left?
After the person that they had been treating had left, no.
When you arrive at a crime scene, are you the only trooper that arrives from the state police crime scene section?
It depends. In this instance, no.
And so in this particular instance, what other members of the state police crime scene team were present?
Trooper William Watson and Lieutenant Peter Bengtson.
And oftentimes when you're called out to crime scenes, are there also another group of people from the state police that are also called out simultaneously from a different unit?
Yes.
And what unit also usually comes out?
The crime scene response unit. They'll send out a forensic scientist if requested.
And the members of the crime scene response unit, are those generally troopers or civilians or something else?
Civilians.
And do they work with you in processing crime scenes?
Yes, we work hand in hand.
In this particular instance, was there a member of the crime scene response team present as well on January 28th in Marshfield?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
I believe that was forensic scientist Amy Joy.
Now, as far as the scene itself, how would you describe the location that you arrived at when you arrived at 679 Moraine Street?
The location was off of a main road in Marshfield. It's a white single-family home.
Okay. I'm just going to show you on the screen if you can see. What's already been marked as exhibit number 2. Are you able to see that image?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the home that you arrived on January 28th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say this is a picture you would have taken?
Yes.
When you arrive on scene with crime scene services to first document a scene, how do you approach documenting a scene?
Typically, when we arrive on scene, the first thing I'm going to do is take an exterior photo of the scene.
And that was what we just viewed in exhibit number 2, correct?
That's correct.
Fair to say you also documented other parts of the exterior of the home as well?
Correct.
And do you limit that examination, that exterior examination, or do you kind of just take everything that you can photograph in?
So again, it depends on the type of call I'm going to. In this situation, I documented the entire exterior of the house.
And once the exterior of the house is documented, do you also go through the interior of the house?
Yes, I do.
And in this particular instance, did you photograph the interior of the house?
Yes, I did.
And when you do photograph this type of call, do you limit the potential areas where you photograph, or do you photograph everything?
Initially, we photographed the entire house.
And you also mentioned that at times crime scene services also will take video.
That's correct.
Is this a situation in which a video of the premises was also taken?
Yes.
Okay. Going back first, and if we could talk about a couple photographs.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Trooper, I'm just going to hand you one photograph if you can take a look.
Yep.
Is that the image in that photograph familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what do you know that photograph to depict?
That's going to be the dining room of the residence.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what the dining room of the residence looked like when you arrived on January 28th, 2021?
Yes.
I'd move to admit this as the next.
No objection.
Any objection? No. It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 5, the photo of the dining room.
And while I'm here, I'm just going to show you another photo.
Okay.
Is that also familiar to you?
Yes.
And fair to say that's the same general area from a slightly different vantage point.
That's correct.
I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 6.
I'm showing you another image, Trooper.
Yep.
And that is also familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what do you know that image to depict?
Again, it's the dining room from a different angle going into the living room.
Objection.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 6. Excuse me, Exhibit 7.
And one more for now, if you can take a look.
Yep.
And is that familiar to you as well?
Yes, it is.
And is that fair and accurate representation of slightly different area off the dining room of 679 Moraine Street?
Yes, it is.
I've moved to enter this as the next.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The area off of the dining room photo will be admitted as Exhibit 8.
Trooper Lapp, I'm showing you what's been marked now as Exhibit 5. You've identified that as the dining room area of the home, correct?
Correct, yes.
And did this area become an area of interest as you were processing the first level of this home on this particular evening?
Yes, it did.
And when you walk into the house, or when you entered into the house, was this the main area you came into, or do you recall if you came in a different way?
To the best of my recollection, I believe it was right off the area of the entrance that I came into, if I recall correctly.
On the front of the house?
Yes.
But you do note in this photograph that there is another door that's kind of off to the side of the house that appears in the middle of the top middle of the photograph.
Correct.
And while you were there on scene and there were other law enforcement present, did people use that? Did that appear to be a door that was frequently used for entry and exit?
I do not recall that door being used.
But there was nothing blocking anybody's ability to get in and out of that door?
No, I don't recall that.
Showing on the screen what's now been marked as exhibit number 6, another different view of that dining room area. Again, towards the middle of the photograph, there's a doorway there. Do you know what doorway that leads to in this home, or what's through that doorway?
I don't recall specifically what goes down there.
Okay. How about if we look at what's been marked as exhibit number 8?
Okay.
Now, that's a little better vantage point of the doorway. Does that?
If I recall correctly, that went up to another height and level. I believe there was a set of stairs there that went up to the second floor, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Now, in this particular picture of exhibit number 8, there's like a plaid jacket. Do you know if that is something that's associated with the dining room table or a different area of the house?
I'm sorry, I'm looking for a plaid jacket, you said?
I'm sorry.
There is a pointer over there if anyone wishes to use it.
So if you're looking at the image on the screen, it'd be to the far left corner.
Excuse me, I just got to get up for the glare.
May I approach to point?
You may.
Thank you. That's okay. So I was just, and it might be my characterization if this is plaid or not, and I'm not familiar. But is it fair to say kind of this left side of the area, on the other side of this item, would be the dining room table that we saw in the previous photos?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And this area at the bottom of the photograph, was that designated as an area of interest when you arrived on scene?
Yes, it was.
And why was it an area of interest?
There was a fixed blade, black handled knife on the ground.
And to your knowledge, that had been there from the time that the Marshfield officer secured the scene?
Correct, yes.
I'm sorry, and I probably should have shown Exhibit 7 first to make it a little bit more clear, but showing you now Exhibit 7, you see partially the dining room table, correct?
Yes, I do.
And then that opens into the area we just saw in Exhibit number 8, where that wood floor and the knife is located, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then that opens further into a living space.
That's correct, yes.
Now, other than this particular area of the dining and living area, is it fair to say that your attention was also drawn to the kitchen area of the home?
That's correct.
And particularly based on the knife you referred to that's seen in exhibit number 8, was there something that was located in the kitchen that kind of related to that particular style of knife that you can recall?
I believe, if I remember correctly, possibly a butcher block or a holder for it.
Your Honor, could we caution with regard to the leading?
Yes, ask non-leading questions, please.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you another photograph, Trooper. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what does the photograph depict?
It's a partially open drawer with, I guess you would refer to as a holder for knives and utensils.
And did you document this as part of your documentation of the crime scene that day?
Yes, I did.
I would move to enter this as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked as Exhibit 9 and admitted into evidence.
Trooper, do you recall if the manner in which the drawer appears in the photograph is consistent with how you observed it before taking the photograph?
Yes, I do.
I'm just going to show you another photograph.
Okay.
And is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what do you know that photograph to depict?
Again, it's the partially open drawer with all the utensils.
And is that just a little closer of a view of the actual drawer itself?
Correct, yes.
I'd move to this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
I can't actually see the photograph. Your Honor, could we be heard at sidebar briefly?
Yes. So I know defense's objection, to exhibit.
We didn't mark.
Yeah, we didn't mark it yet.
If I could just continue with some additional
Sure, you're
questions.
going back to exhibit 9?
Yes, please.
All right.
I have on the screen now what's been marked as exhibit number 9 that you've identified as a photo of a drawer in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
Is that how you observed the drawer when you documented the scene?
Yes.
And why did the drawer stick out to you as something to document in this scenario?
Again, we're looking at knives in the area. It's just, again, I'm not sure what to call it. It's just a holder in the drawer that contained utensils, including knives.
So after you documented it as you saw it walking into the kitchen, did you do anything else to further identify what was inside of that drawer?
I'm sorry?
After you photographed the drawer itself as you saw it walking into the kitchen, did you do anything to the drawer to further identify what was inside the drawer?
I mean, I would have looked in the drawer and looked at the knives and just examined them.
And so in order to look in the drawer, what do you have to do?
Open it up.
Okay. And do you recall if you photographed the inside of the drawer?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So show you a photo.
Yeah.
Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what do you know that photograph to depict?
That's the inside when the drawer is fully opened.
I'll move to a witness's exhibit.
See which one it is? No objection.
The fully open drawer photograph will be marked as exhibit 10.
And Trooper now showing you on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 10, the drawer that you've identified that you opened. When you opened the drawer, did anything stick out to you inside of the drawer based on your response to the home on this particular night?
Yes.
What stood out to you?
There was some missing spots where some of the knives would have been stored.
Okay, and towards the rear of that drawer, it's a little hard to see. Was there something towards the rear of the drawer that caught your attention? If you need to stand up with the court's permission.
Yes, and you can also give him the actual photo if he needs to look at that, because it's pretty dark on the screen.
It appears that there's a knife that's out of place in there.
And so did that draw
Objection as to out of place.
All right, can you describe what you mean by out of place?
Yeah, so it appears that there's a knife. It's just kind of on top. It's not in a set position. It's not in the butcher block. It's not on an area where the utensils are held. It's just sitting on top of everything.
Move to strike areas where utensils are held. He doesn't have a basis of knowledge about how they keep their drawers, Your Honor.
All right, I think the jurors can divine their own conclusions with regard to the picture that's before them. I'll strike that last photo. Not the photo, the last testimony.
Trooper, when you made observation of that item at the rear of the drawer, did you do anything with that particular item to further document the item itself?
I would have taken just close-up photos of the knife.
Okay. Is there any circumstance where you would have to manipulate the item in order to get a better view of it?
If I couldn't get a photograph, if I was trying to photo it, I would have to, if it was, maybe tucked underneath there and it wasn't able to be photographed, I would have had to move it.
Okay. May I approach again?
Yes.
Show you another photograph.
Okay.
And is that photograph familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what do you know that photograph to depict?
That is, again, the knife moved in such a manner where I could get a good photograph of it.
And so did you yourself move the knife to photograph it?
I believe I did, yes.
I would object based on what we talked about before, but now also relevance.
All right, I note your objection. I overrule it. The photo of the close-up of the item will be marked as Exhibit 11.
And just showing you again what's now been marked as exhibit number 11. Is that the knife that you moved to photograph?
Correct, yes.
Going back to the dining room area, did you do anything to identify any particular items in the dining room area that were of interest to this particular case?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
There was I don't recall exactly what was written on it, but there was a box of additional knives in the dining room area.
And when a particular item is noted and chosen to kind of for the potential for further examination, do you, as a crime scene services tech, do something to mark it or identify the area?
I do.
What do you do?
We put down what's called a placard. It's just basically just a piece of plastic. It has a number on it that's used to identify what piece of evidence that is.
And in this particular circumstance, when you were at Moraine Street on January 28th, was there a placard enumerated by placard number 1?
Yes, there was a placard 1.
And what item was documented at placard number 1, if you recall?
The placard number 1 was the knife on the floor there.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you another photograph, Trooper.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was documented at placard number 1?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 12.
Exhibit 12 is on mine. And if I just may publish Exhibit 12 to the jury.
You may.
And Trooper, was there a placard number 2 on scene?
Yes, there was.
And what item was identified at placard number 2?
Placard number 2 was one of the knives that I talked about that was contained in that box.
And where was the box located?
It was located on the dining room table.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Another photograph, Trooper. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was identified at placard number 2?
Yes.
I would move to admit this as an exhibit.
I would object and ask to be heard at sidebar.
Certainly.
Your Honor, may that be marked as the next exhibit?
The photo of placard number 2 is marked and admitted as Exhibit 13.
And if I may publish that for the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Trooper, when you were making note of the item at exhibit number 2, that knife on the dining room table, did you make any observations of the knife itself?
Of that knife in particular?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And what observations did you make?
We noted there was some sort of a substance on there.
Okay. And so as a result of noting the substance, is that what made you flag it as placard number 2?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, you've also testified that in this case, a video of the entirety of the house inside and out was done.
Correct.
And you yourself went through the entire house with the other troopers, Trooper Watson and Sergeant Bankston.
Correct, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to play the crime scene video.
Any objection to that?
With the provisos that we mentioned before, no.
And I do have to offer as an actual exhibit the video itself, and that would be admitted subject to redaction.
All right. So it will be admitted subject to redaction, and let me explain to the jury what redaction means. Redaction just means that there's something that's been taken out of the video, and the reason that it's taken out of the video is it's not relevant to your decision-making. And the early remarks of the case, that one of my jobs is to make sure that everything you see and hear inside the courtroom is relevant to your decision-making. Some portion of that video was not, and it's been removed. Did everyone see the video?
Objection. Can I just?
Yes.
May I continue?
You may.
Thank you. Trooper Laughlin, did you, other than documenting the scene, did you collect any particular items from 679 Moraine Street on January 28th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
What items did you collect?
I personally collected placard 1 and placard 2, the 2 knives.
That's one. Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Trooper, I'm just presenting you with an item if you could examine the item in the box.
That's all right. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, thank you.
Is that the item you collected on January 28th that was located at placard number 1?
Yes, it was.
I would move to admit this is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 15.
And if I may approach with a second item.
You may.
I know I have a continuing, but I just want to.
I note your continuing objection to next item.
If you don't mind examining what's contained in that box. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that what you collected at placard number 2 from 679 Moraine Street on January 28th, 2021?
Yes, it was.
Noting the continuing objection, it will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 16.
Trooper, what did you do with the 2 items that you collected that we just discussed?
So at the scene, there were photographs with a placard with the scale. They were placed into a container. That container was marked, and they were brought back to the Lakeville Crime Lab. They were entered into the LIM system, the evidence management system we had, and they are stored in Lakeville until I can process them.
And when an item is brought back to the lab to be stored, is it assigned a particular number that's different from the placard system that you've discussed?
Yes.
And you mentioned a system called LIMS.
Yes.
And so each particular item are they assigned a number in that LIMS system?
Yes, it's called an item number.
And as far as the first knife that was at placard number 1, when you entered that item into LIMS, it was given a number of 1-3, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the second knife that was at placard number 2, when you entered that knife into LIMS, it was given an additional number, an item number.
Correct.
And what was that?
A 1-4.
Okay. And when the knives were at the lab, did you do anything in addition to analyze those knives as far as what your role is for crime scene services?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. After I completed it, are you asking?
So once you brought them back and you put the knives into the system, when you were at the lab, did you do anything to test those items?
Oh, yes, I did.
What did you do?
So what I did was when it gets to us first, initially I take the packaging, I photo the packaging. I take the evidence out, I photo the evidence, and then I processed both knives for fingerprints.
And so what is that process?
So
Fingerprints.
depending on the type of evidence you have, we have different chemicals, different processes you use. In this situation with the 2 knives, essentially it's just it's placed into a chamber with a little plate, it's got super glue on it, and that super glue is heated up. And if there's any moisture or secretions from the fingers, that super glue will stick to that moisture.
And what is the purpose generally in processing items in this fashion to try to bring out a print?
It's to try to develop a fingerprint if it's not readily visible to the naked eye.
Are there circumstances in which fingerprints, you wouldn't be able to find a fingerprint or there wouldn't be enough information?
Yes.
And are there environmental factors that could affect the ability to recover a fingerprint from an object?
Yes.
What kinds of environmental factors are there?
Well, for example, if it's possible that fingerprints could be washed away, depending on where they're located. Other than that, outside of that, I can't speak to how long fingerprints will last out in an environment. There's not been any studies done on that. But
what about something about the condition of the item or how an item is handled or manipulated that could affect fingerprints? Are there circumstances that could affect the ability to get a fingerprint in those circumstances?
Yes.
And what kinds of circumstances might affect that?
Depending on, are you asking how it's handled when it's collected or just in general?
In general.
Yes, just in general. Depending on the type of surface, ideally smooth, non-porous surfaces like a smooth piece of plastic, that's going to be best to capture fingerprints on. When you encounter things like grips that are textured to prevent slipping, those are generally not conducive to developing and leaving fingerprints. If the person was wearing gloves, depending on the amount of pressure that person uses while they're touching it, it might not transfer the secretions from the fingers onto the surface. So there are instances where you do not develop fingerprints. There's also instances where you do get fingerprints, but there's not enough. The term we use is minutia, but it's features within that fingerprint. You might not have enough to identify or exclude that fingerprint. We would refer to that as a fingerprint of having no value.
And so in this particular circumstance, did you process both of the knives, items 1-3 and 1-4, for potential fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
And what were your conclusions?
On both items, we got no fingerprints of I got developed no fingerprints of value.
Now, after you processed those knives for fingerprints, what happened to the knives after that?
The knives were repackaged in a container and they were forwarded to what we referred to as CRIM for forensic testing. And
in this particular case, did you also have the occasion to go out to the Middleborough Police Station on January 28th, 2021, to photograph an individual at the Marshfield Police Station?
Marshfield Police Station, yes.
And who did you photograph there?
I photographed Ms. Ricci.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
So I'm just showing you the first photograph. We could take a look at that.
Yes.
And what does that photograph depict?
That is a photograph of Ms. Ricci.
And you took that photograph on January 28th, 2021?
That's correct.
I would move to admit this.
Is there an objection to that photo?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked in a minute as Exhibit 17.
So I'm going to show you another photograph.
Okay.
What do you know that photograph to depict?
That is also a photograph of her hands.
Of her hands?
Yes.
And you took this on January 28th, 2021,
Correct.
I would move to admit this as the next exhibit, number 18, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The photo of the hands will be marked as and admitted as Exhibit 18.
And one more.
Okay.
Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what do you know that photograph to depict?
That's a photograph of the wrist/forearm, I would say.
And that's of Ms. Ricci on January 28th, 2021?
Yes.
I would move to admit this.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked in a minute as Exhibit 19, the forearm shot.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So do I understand this correctly that the surface that is most conducive to getting fingerprints are smooth plastic surfaces?
Not necessarily plastic. It could be glass or anything. Just a smooth, non-porous surface.
So resin also?
I'm sorry?
So those kind of resin also would be a smooth surface that would be readily able to pick up fingerprints?
Yes, as long as it's smooth and, again, non-porous and dry.
Okay.
You may.
Sir, would you describe the handle of what's called knife number 2, what you described as item number 1-4? Does that look like a smooth?
Just for the record, that's Exhibit 16. Is that right, counsel?
It is correct.
All right.
Is that what you would describe as a smooth resin handle?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned during direct examination that sometimes you have to put some substances on a fingerprint if they don't appear directly by the naked eye.
That's correct.
And that will sometimes help you determine if there's a fingerprint, even if you can't see it.
Correct, yes.
And that's true with other types of substances as well, like, for example, blood.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Well, so it's true, isn't it, that blood can be present and you might not even see it?
Yes, correct.
It's called occult blood, right?
I don't know the exact term for that, no.
Okay. But the point is that there can be such a small amount of blood that you can't see it with your naked eye, but there are certain reagents that you can put on something to make sure that there's blood on them.
Yes, correct.
And, of course, just because there's such a small amount of blood that you can't see it doesn't mean you can't test for that, right?
Correct.
And, make multiple samples because you use all sorts of chemical enhancers on the blood, right?
I'm sorry, you're asking about making samples of it?
Well, when they do DNA testing, they put usually the sample in some chemicals that amplify the sample, right?
I can't testify to DNA.
Okay. All right. When you saw the box of knives on the dining room table, correct?
Correct.
You said that your attention was drawn to one of them because you saw some staining on it. Is that correct?
I believe they described it as a substance. I'm not sure exactly how you would describe it, but that was the best I could do.
Okay. And you took photographs of the house, is that right?
Correct.
Inside the house, including photographs of a knife drawer in the kitchen, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach on?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 10, the inside of that kitchen drawer.
Okay.
Is that the way that the kitchen drawer looked when you first opened it?
Are you asking if I moved anything around when I opened it?
Before that photograph?
No, I don't recall moving anything around. I just opened it and photoed it.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the knife that is up in that sort of shadow area is facing the opposite direction as the knives that are in the holder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's sort of, but that there are a number of utensils next to it that are faced in that same direction as part of the.
Yes, correct. Yes, yes.
Yeah. And so as you open that drawer, obviously you don't know what the contents of the drawer look like before you open the drawer, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that knife is sort of right near where that pile of cutlery is that's facing in the very same direction as the knife, correct?
Yes, correct.
And what's been marked as exhibit number 11 now, that's a much clearer picture of the knife, correct?
Correct, yes.
But that's one that you had to move the knife in order to make the photograph.
Yes, to get a better photo, yes.
And it's clearly further down on the butcher block, and it's laid perfectly across, and you placed it there.
Yes.
You didn't mean anybody to infer that the placement of the knife in exhibit number 11 represents the way that the knife ever was when you were in the presence of it before you moved it.
Are you asking of that photo right there?
Exhibit 11.
No, that's just, it was photoed originally as is when I opened the drawer, and then that photo is when it was moved to get a better photo.
So this reflects your placement of it, not where it was placed.
Correct.
Anything else? Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Yes. So, George, you've been going for, because of the earlier break, you've been going for a while, so I'm going to give you some mercy here and give you 15 minutes additional time, and your lunch break are about 10 minutes additional. So have a nice lunch. We'll see you back here at around 2.
Court, all rise for the jurors. Just place your notebooks in the chair. Exit this way.
You see it?
So unless we need to discuss something, have a nice lunch, and I'll see you back here. If there's anything you need me to address before the 2 o'clock hour, just let me know and I'll come up.
Thank you, Judge.
Court, all rise.
The sidebar, you think? Yeah. He said yep, and that's what we didn't.
Christine, gotta take the sweater off.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, we are returning to the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. All parties are present in the courtroom.
Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Everyone all set to bring the jury in?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Go ahead.
So when they come out, can I put it up now so we can get this? Just okay. I can take a look. What we got?
Who's next?
DNA personnel, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Addison Frank. Sorry.
How long are your questions? All right, two of the jurors are in the restroom, so I just want to let you know that.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Well, could we approach sidebar very briefly while we have this time?
Sure.
Thank you.
In case you were wondering whether we do this when you're not here, we do this when you're not here. Talk on the side of the bench. So just give me a minute to converse with the lawyers. So, jurors, I just want to make some mention of something that was brought to my attention. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intended to call today unexpectedly can't be here. And so we're going to end up suspending a little early today. I let you know that because I know what a sacrifice you're making to be here every day. And I like to try to fill, and the lawyers like to try to fill every minute of every day, but sometimes things come up that we can't control. So I want you to know the reason for that is that unexpectedly a witness can't be here, and to keep the flow of the case going, it just makes more sense for that person to be here and for you to hear from that person. So we will be suspending early today after a few more witnesses. All right? Thank you. And I don't think that's going to change anything with regard to what I told you at the beginning with regard to the timing and the expectation, 5 days of evidence. All right? Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Madison Frank, please.
Stop right there, ma'am. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Inquire.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Madison Frank. Frank is spelled F-R-A-N-K.
Where are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed since October of 2019.
And what specific capacity are you employed?
I am employed as a forensic scientist too.
And how long have you been a forensic scientist 2 for?
I've been a forensic scientist 2 since fall of 2020.
And prior to that, were you a forensic scientist 1?
Yes, I was.
What is a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is how we're hired, and that is where we complete most of our laboratory training.
What is a forensic scientist 2?
A forensic scientist 2, you become a forensic scientist 2 once you've completed your laboratory training and you are authorized to perform casework.
Where did you go to school?
I received a Bachelor's of Science from West Virginia University in Forensic and Investigative Sciences.
And what, if any, specialized training do you have in forensics?
So in the DNA unit, we undergo a minimum of 6 months of training, and this includes both lectures and hands-on experience. And during that training, we will do all of that, process samples, and then at the completion of training, we will take a formal written exam, oral exam, and competency test.
Do you engage in any continuing education?
I do.
What's that?
Continuing education is a requirement by the FBI, and every DNA analyst must have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education. And this can be completed through things like attending a training or a conference that keeps us up to date in advances in our field.
Now, what is the nature of your work?
As a forensic scientist too, I perform DNA analysis on either evidentiary samples or known samples, and then detail my analysis in a case file and report my results.
What is a competency test?
A competency test is that test that's administered at the end of our training, and it's used to make sure that all of the DNA analysts have the appropriate training and knowledge and skills to perform the test that we are being competency tested, trained in.
How often do you undergo a competency test?
We do a competency test once at the end of our training, and then there's proficiency tests that will come afterwards.
What's a proficiency test?
A proficiency test are tests that are administered by an outside agency, and these are tests that are taken twice a year throughout our entire employment to ensure our continued expertise in the items that we're authorized in.
And how often do you undergo a proficiency test, ma'am?
We take proficiency tests twice a year, starting from once you complete your competency test.
Now, have you taken competency and proficiency tests?
Yes, I have.
And what were the results of those?
I've successfully passed all of my competency and proficiency tests.
And in regards to your experience with the lab, how many samples have you performed DNA analysis methods on?
I've performed DNA analysis on approximately 1,000 samples.
Now, you work for the State Police, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Yes, I do.
Is that accredited?
It is accredited.
And who's it accredited by?
It's accredited by ANAB, and ANAB stands for AMSI, which is another acronym for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. And accreditation is a way to formally recognize that the lab is meeting or exceeding the standards that are provided by the accrediting body as well as the FBI.
And what does accreditation mean?
It's a way to formally recognize that we are meeting those standards that are put out by the FBI and the accrediting body.
And how long has your lab been accredited approximately?
The lab has been accredited since 2002.
Does your DNA unit follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, our protocols and procedures are written in accordance with our accrediting body and the FBI standards that they put out for us.
And very briefly, can you just describe those in regards to your role? I'll rephrase that, strike that.
Thank you.
Do you use your protocols and procedures during your testing?
Yes, so for every step of our testing, every step has a protocol that we use and we follow in order to complete our testing.
And are controls used?
Yes.
What's a control?
Controls are a way for us to monitor how our test is working. So at the lab, we use both positive and negative controls with all of our samples that are tested. A positive control is a control in which we use a high quality DNA sample and we know the expected profile that we should be getting at the end of testing. So that way, at the end of the testing, if we obtain that known DNA profile, then we know that all of our chemicals are working appropriately and that the testing was done completely and appropriately. We also have a negative control, which contains all of the chemicals that we use in our testing, but no DNA. So if at the end of testing, there is still no DNA present in that sample, then we know that we are using a clean technique and that the samples are free of contamination.
And does your lab undergo a review process of your work?
Yes, all case files are both technically and administratively reviewed. A technical review is a review of the file by an analyst to make sure that all of the data and the results that are being reported, that analyst can come to the same scientific conclusions and that all the protocols were followed during testing. We also then have an administrative review, which just reviews the file for any clerical, grammatical errors that may be present.
Okay. And what does DNA stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is our genetic blueprint that our body uses in order to grow. You receive half of your DNA from your biological mother and half of your DNA from your biological father, and everybody's DNA profile will be unique with the exception of identical twins.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile is a series of numbers that we generate at the end of our testing.
How do you generate a DNA profile?
So our DNA analysis, and so those 4 steps are extraction, which is the first step, and that is when we're applying heat and chemicals to our samples to break open the cells and obtain the DNA. In our second step of quantitation, we are taking a small portion of that sample to determine how much DNA we have present in that sample. The third step is amplification, and that is when we are targeting very specific regions of DNA, and we are making millions of copies of those regions of interest. So that in our fourth step, all of those copies are different sizes. So in the fourth step of separation, we are now separating all of those millions of fragments by size. And then we're using a software to help visualize the DNA profile.
How many different types of DNA profiles can you develop during that process?
We at the crime lab go through 2 different tests to produce two different DNA profiles, an STR profile and a YSTR profile.
What is the difference between an STR profile and a YSTR profile?
STR stands for short tandem repeat, and an STR profile is looking at all the locations across your DNA in both males and females. So this is what's going to create your unique profile that is identical to you, with the exception of identical twins. A YSTR profile is only looking at male-specific DNA. So the YSTR profile is passed down through your paternal line. So a son, a father, a grandfather should all have the same YSTR profile.
And the Y comes from the Y chromosome. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
That's from males?
Yes.
What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample where we know where the DNA came from. So this could be if you were to swab your mouth or draw blood from somebody, we know where the DNA is coming from.
And in addition to a known sample, what is a question sample?
A question sample is a sample where we don't know where the DNA is from. So this is something like an item of evidence from a crime scene.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to this case while you're testifying before the court. This is in regards to lab number 21-02063. What was your role in this matter?
I performed DNA analysis on a known standard for this case.
And who is that known standard of?
It was the known standard for Michael Ricci.
And where was that known standard received from?
It was a known blood standard.
Now, as part of your analysis of that standard, what did you do?
I performed that 4-step process that I discussed earlier and was able to generate a DNA profile in the form of STRs.
Okay. And was that the result of your testing?
Yes, so I generated a full single source STR profile from the known blood standard of Michael Ricci.
What happens after you generate a profile?
After I generate a known profile, then I make an electronic copy that can be made available to the caseworking analyst for their use when they are ready for it.
And you mentioned you did that from the 4-step process?
Yes.
Just very briefly describe what you did to obtain that profile.
Yes, so from the known blood standard that I received, I underwent those 4 steps. So I first extracted that sample. I then did the second step of quantitation. So I'm figuring out how much DNA is present in the blood sample that I have. I then am amplifying it with 4 STRs. So we're amplifying DNA across all of the locations present in the DNA. And then I'm separating them in the 4th step with instrumentation to be able to separate all of those copies by their sizes, and then using a software to visualize that profile.
And then after you generated a profile, where did this go next? Where'd that profile go?
Once I completed my analysis, then I made a digital copy of it and I put it into our shared location where it is then stored.
Okay. And where it was stored, do you know who receives it next?
It's made available for the caseworking analyst. So I don't know when I put it up there who it's going to go to, but it is made available for whoever is working on the case.
And in this instance, do you recall who it went to next?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, is your work subject to review?
Yes, my work underwent both that technical and administrative review that I explained previously.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes?
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-exam?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I take it that in this case you had a fairly limited role, correct?
That's correct.
Basically, you created a standard profile for Michael Ricci based on a blood sample that you received?
Yes, that is correct.
But you've done other work at the state lab, right?
Yes, I have.
Have you also been involved in the comparing of a known sample to, for example, a red-brown stain that was found at a crime scene?
In other cases, yes, I have.
Okay. And you are aware, are you not, that there's a distinction that's made between what's called a DNA analysis, where you compare a known standard to a red-brown stain, for example, and something called an exhaustive DNA analysis?
Yes, I am aware of the difference.
Okay, can you explain what an exhaustive DNA analysis is?
So when we are processing when we are processing question samples, those are the items of evidence that are from crime scenes. We try to take no more than half of that sample, and we preserve the other half for outside testing. But if we believe that there is not a lot of DNA present in the sample, it can be all of the sample can be used in order to try to get the most out of this DNA sample.
So if I have this right, an exhaustive analysis involves a situation in which, in order to compare a known sample, meaning from a profile from an individual, to a piece of evidence that was taken at a crime scene, an exhaustive situation would be one in which you can't make that comparison without destroying all of the DNA that's within the piece of evidence. So in other words, there isn't any left over to be tested by an outside agency or by a defendant.
The entire item of evidence is used up. So if you had something on a shirt, the entire stain on the shirt would be used, but there could be extra DNA extract. And before we will use all of it for testing, we will ask for permission before and receive permission before we use all of the sample, so that everybody is on the same page that this is all going to be used up during testing.
And that would be a situation in which there was so little DNA that it essentially was all being used, or would all have to be used during that testing. That's my only point.
Yes.
Right. Now, you talked about a process called amplification. That's step 3 in the process of creating a profile.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's where you take a small amount of DNA and you can reproduce it using a number of chemicals to the point where it's enough for you to make several profiles, right?
It makes enough so that we are able to hopefully visualize the profile using our software, yes.
Is that amplification process also used when, for example, you find a piece of evidence at the scene and there's clearly human DNA on it? Can they use amplification to increase the amount of that DNA so that it can be more easily compared to a known standard?
So both known items and question items will both undergo the same 4-step process. So both of them will undergo the same 4-step process, which includes the amplification, to be able to try to get an interpretable DNA profile.
So in an exhaustive situation, this would be a situation in which there was so little DNA on the item of evidence that even after amplification, there isn't enough left over to be able to have any left after the comparison's been made.
That is a potential that can happen in some of these items.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Madeline Richardson, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you should give to the court and the jury in the matter now presented in the Commonwealth and defendant at the bar shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Madeline Richardson. Last name is Richardson.
Where are you employed, ma'am?
At the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
In what capacity?
I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the DNA unit.
How long have you been a forensic scientist 2 for?
I've been a forensic scientist 2 for almost 4 years.
And overall, how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
For almost 5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an employee, as a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
So I process items of biological evidence in the laboratory, and then I do data analysis on those items to develop a DNA profile, and then I will report. I'll generate reports with my conclusions and results, and I also do reviews of other analysts' work.
And what is your educational background?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science at the Pennsylvania State University.
And can you describe to the jury your specialized training, please?
Yes. So for every technical skill that I am authorized in, I received an in-house training process that where we would learn the procedures and protocols through a bunch of practice sets, and then they're all finished. For every technical skill, it's finished with a written exam, an oral exam, and a competency test.
Now, you mentioned a competency test. Have you undergone competency tests?
Yes, for every skill that I have.
And you also have undergone proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were your results of those proficiency and competency tests?
Every proficiency test I have passed, and every competency test I have passed.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to this case where you're here testifying for. It's lab number, excuse me, I apologize, 2102063.
Correct.
What was your role in this matter?
I developed the YSTR DNA profile for Michael Ricci.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So I did not perform the lab process, but the work product from Madison Frank, my colleague, was used in the YSTR amplification process to develop a YSTR profile, and then I did the analysis of that item.
So you used the STR profile that Ms. Frank created. Is that accurate?
Sorry. No, I was the work product, meaning the DNA, like the actual DNA that she produced in her lab processing was used in the lab processing for my YSTR profile.
Okay, can you describe what you did?
So once the lab processing was done, I received the electronic data, and I interpreted that data and developed the DNA profile.
And did you use the 4-step process?
My place in it kind of started at the amplification process, which is the 3rd step in the 4-step process. So in the amplification process, we used a different test to create the YSTR profile, which is a different test than the STR.
And what is that test?
It's the same chemicals, same kind of reagents. It's just like looking at different locations on the DNA. So the STR looks at locations across the whole DNA of somebody, where a YSTR is male specific and just looks at locations on the Y chromosome.
And what is the importance of the difference between a YSTR and an STR?
The importance is that YSTRs are male specific. So if there's any female in that sample, it will be kind of canceled out.
Okay. And where did this blood standard of Michael Ricci come from, if you know?
It was collected from Michael Ricci. I don't know exactly where from.
And what were your results of your analysis?
I developed a YSTR profile for Michael Ricci.
Okay. And then once you developed a YSTR profile of Michael Ricci, what did you do with it?
It's stored electronically, and then it was used by another analyst for comparison purposes to questioned items.
And was your work peer reviewed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that was administratively and technically?
Yes, it was.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-exam?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
You created a Y chromosome profile for Michael Ricci in this case.
Correct, yes.
And a Y chromosome profile is basically a profile of Michael Ricci's Y chromosome DNA.
Yes, certain characteristics on the Y chromosome, yeah.
And if you sequenced it completely, Michael Ricci's Y chromosome DNA would be an exact copy, at least theoretically, of his father and going back in time, every male descendant of Michael Ricci going back father to father to father to father, correct?
Yes, a Y chromosome is paternally inherited. Barring any mutation, they should be the exact same.
Right, so mutations happen at random points during the genetic copying from father to son at certain points, but assuming no mutation, it's going to be the exact same grandfather, father, Michael Ricci, as well as Michael Ricci's sons are going to be the exact same Y chromosome profile, absent mutation.
Yes, that's true.
Now, you did the Y chromosome profile creation in this case, but you've done other things at the DNA lab, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have training, obviously, in a broad number of subjects, all related to DNA testing.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree with me that we have DNA in our blood, correct?
Yes, we do.
We have DNA in our skin cells.
Yes.
And when we handle an object, our DNA cells can be transferred onto the item that we're touching.
Yes, that's true.
And some DNA can be transferred off that item, or it can be completely transferred off that item, but there can be DNA that remains on that item, and it can survive washing, for example.
Yes, it can.
And it can be on items for a long period of time after a person has touched them.
Yes, it can, but there's also some reasons why it would not be there. Just
and that would be case specific and circumstance specific, right?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. But like, for example, under certain circumstances, there could be DNA on something for years, and it could be tested, and you could determine whose DNA it was if you had the right type of profile to compare it to. have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes?
Ms. Richardson, can you just very briefly describe the reasons that DNA may not be on a specific item or may not be there, as you indicated on cross?
Yeah, just some factors are washing, wiping something off, or just the texture of an item can like hold on to DNA better than others. So there's a lot of factors that go into why or why not DNA can be detected on an item.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any recross?
So if an item that was touched by someone with, and their DNA was transferred onto the item, if there were, for example, ridges on that item that kept it from being fully cleaned, could that be a factor that could make the DNA remain on those ridges for longer, even after washing?
Yeah, that's possible.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Are we exhausted with witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So jurors, as I told you a few minutes ago, that means that your day is coming to an end. This will be, well, I guess some of you I paneled on Monday and I didn't see you until Thursday. I was going to say this will be the longest time that we've gone without seeing each other. For most of you, that's true. Equal to or the longest time. As you know, you've now heard a couple days of evidence. I need you to be vigilant to your oath and vigilant to those rules. Remember, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you go through and listen to the remaining evidence in the case. I hope you all have a very nice weekend. Get a lot of rest, and we'll see you back here ready to work on Monday.
Court, all rise for the jury. Just place your notebooks on the chair. Exit this way.
Your Honor, before we get going on talking about jury instruction, could it be possible for me to just run up for 1 second? Use the
Sure.
bathroom? Thank you. I appreciate it.
You don't have to run. Okay, so let's make use of this unexpected found time and start thinking about next week and about the jury instructions in this case. So I was planning to do over the weekend, and you should be planning to do the same, taking out the beast that is the model criminal jury instructions on homicide. And as you know, they're about 75 pages. What I think as a first step for a charge conference, which will have, we might do it in 2 steps, I'm anticipating, is look at it over the weekend, and however it's easiest for you to do, it could be as easy as you printing it out and just start excising through those portions that you don't think that you're going to need. Again, I'm starting to learn quite a bit about this case, but I'm still at a factual deficit from you, so you still know what's coming, and a lot of important things are coming that you can anticipate whether certain instructions are in or not in. So start going through that. At some point when we get another chance, early next week, we'll look at that. Also, please look at the assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon Superior Court model instructions and do the same thing to those. And as we start to go through the first charge conference and perhaps subsequent, we'll see where the differences are. In addition to that, start thinking about any special instructions, prior bad acts, what that's going to look like, any prior inconsistent statement, whatever those special instructions are that you're going to be seeking. And again, to determine where we have agreement and where we don't, so that I can focus on the areas principally that you don't agree, and make sure that I'm on board with you, even to the ones that you do agree to, that it's going to help the jury do their fact finding. Who does the Commonwealth anticipate calling on Monday?
Your Honor, I need a tentative witness order that would include, starting with Megan Little, Lindsay Bird, Taylor Federchuk, and those 3 are kind of the end of the crim piece, if you will. And then we're
Little Bird and Federchuk?
Little Bird and Federchuk, yes.
Okay.
Those are 3 people.
I know that. I didn't mean to minimize them by not using their first names.
No, not at all. And then we have Officer Hunt, who is a very quick witness. We'll probably slide him in right at the end of the crim piece, and then move into Katrina Freeman, Robert Higgins, Janine Bouchard, potentially Officer Turnbull, the Pembroke officer who responded to the scene with Janine, depending on how things come in with Janine. Then, do you want me to keep going?
No, but just educate me. Turnbull did what?
He was involved in responding to Janine Bouchard's home in Pembroke, where the defendant was refusing to leave.
Okay.
We know Your Honor's ruling with regard to the fact that he cannot testify about arresting her.
Right. That's why I hit the pause button. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Do you want me to keep going?
No, I think that's probably beyond Monday.
I think so. And then thereafter is kind of quicker witnesses, aside from Michael Jr.
Okay.
Oh, we have one more lab person. Oh, I'm sorry, Maureen Hartnett. I forgot in the lab people.
I had mentioned her, but so she'll go before Hunt, somewhere in that list before.
Correct.
Firefighter Hunt, paramedic Hunt.
It's a Marshfield police officer.
Oh, he's a police officer.
Yes.
All right.
And then remaining is just Michael Dillon, Mark McDonald, Michael Jr. We're still deciding if we're going to call Dr. Toyer, who was the South Shore Hospital emergency doctor that worked on the alleged victim. We may or may not call him. It's kind of, we're discussing. And then Detective Davis or Trooper Mello. Again, we're still deciding. we've prepared them both, and then ending with the medical examiner.
Okay. All right. That gives a good outline, and now we're all on the same page of the expected, at least as of 50.
That could change about 8 more times, but that's what we expect right now.
All right. I don't think that there's anything else that would be all that productive to do today, but I'm here and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have or address any concerns that you have. Kamal?
Does not have any concerns, just thanking the court and defense counsel for everyone's flexibility with regard to the witness issue.
I don't have anything that needs to get addressed now, but I just will highlight for the court that at some point, I know I've mentioned it a bunch of times, so it's going to come as no surprise. Before Katrina Freeman testifies, as well as before Robert Higgins testifies, I think a final determination about everything that they have to say and what's coming in has to be made, I think. But also, to some degree, we have to figure out what it is they're saying even. And so I just put that out there. I may, before they testify or on Monday, if that's when they're going to testify, bring up the possibility of voir dire. It might be the quickest way to get to the bottom of it, just a few questions outside of the hearing of the jury to make that
I will consider that option, although you don't get it, as you know, you don't get a preview of a witness's testimony in ordinary circumstances. But I'm going to encourage both of you also to be talking about that. I say this often in cases. Your jobs are stressful enough without creating unnecessary stress for your brother or your sister. So I think if you continue to talk, that some of that angst that is natural and appropriate will dissipate. And if it doesn't, and I do think that there's an appropriate need for a voir dire, I'll give it. Alternately, if I don't, I won't. But keep talking to each other, please.
I was just going to mention that, Your Honor. We have been in constant communication with each other. If perhaps I could just suggest defense counsel perhaps puts together an email looking for whatever question marks are still out there. We're happy to attempt to answer them as best we can.
All right. I appreciate your collaborative efforts, even though recognizing that you are adversaries.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Thanks for your work this week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise.
What do you need? If you can read my chicken scratch.
Want to wait for the